Hello. Gay fish. What? Who's a gay fish? Who, me? Okay, so I've got my combat gear on because I need to level my defense to 65. I'm gonna try and go to the birdhouse island. Yes, also the starfish. Birdhouse Island also has crabs. So I'm gonna go fight crabs because my birdhouses aren't actually ready yet. And we'll see how much leveling we can get done.
Interesting.
Interesting. Right, see, someone's already on these crabs. I don't know how many sets of crabs there are. I might have to world hop. Don't forget about me. I'll never forget about you, tentacle boy. Where else are there crabs? Are they on, like, the main bit of the beach, like here? Maybe over here? Yeah, here's some more crabs. Yo, are there any free crabs? Any available crabs? There's a couple. But it's better if you can have like a big group of them all around you. Is this good enough? Will this work? Oh, I need to turn my special plugin on. Shit, fuck. I might have to leave and come back. What is it called? I swear I just saw it in the corner of my eye and now I've lost it again. Aggression timer. Okay, I am gonna have to move. Oh, thank you for the steak bakes. Man, I only got 2 crabs here. I might have to move. And like, world hop a bit. A casket, let's go. Right, let's try somewhere else. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, this guy's got like a cluster of 3 around him. This guy's only got 2. Maybe you only need more than 2 for the shit crabs. Also, what is this? I'm getting sidetracked now. What is it? Oh, I need better herb lore. Okay. Well, my aggression timer still isn't working. For fuck's sake. Oh, and there's like seaweed in the way. There's like a fucking shrub. Why is combat training such a fucking arse ache? Alright, guess we're world hopping. Cringe. Alright, I want this guy's spot, I think. Or maybe... Well, the one over here is actually way better. God, wearing this fucking armor makes me go so slowly. Huh. Now, I have also got a Crowley book next to me. I don't think it's got too many images in it, so I don't think I need to get the hand cam out. But we'll see.
Grimbus.
Oh, thank you for the Grimbus.
Grimbus.
Oh, thank you for the Grimbus. Yeah, I want this guy's spot. Right, I'm turning my fucking world number off because it's going to be wrong. Come on. And by the time I find a world, my fucking birdhouses are gonna be done. Well, that guy's AFK, but I would feel like a cunt for taking his spot. I really should have been doing this morning, but I was, agi training. Okay, I'm starting to fucking lose it now. I thought this was a good plan, but it turns out everyone else did too. Boingy 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 boing. Might just have to go back to boring old sand crabs. Also, the music's given up. I just fucking sneezed. This is the worst. A free spot just for me? Wait, but my aggression timer. No. I can't risk leaving though. Where's the fucking music? Pinball Wizard. Oh, this book is way too big. How many pages does this motherfucker have? Does it say anywhere? Guess I could just look at the last page. 748. And that's a big ass book. Now, I already started it, but I can go back to the beginning, because that was like over a year ago. How far did I get? I only got to page 12. Oh no, there are pictures in this. Fuck. Oh, and they're good. Okay, maybe I can turn hand cam like on and off with the pictures. Maybe. I do want to sip some coffee real quick. And this music is way too loud, it's gonna distract me. We can have silly music, just quieter. This thing's absolutely gonna kill my legs though. Alright. Maybe I should at least show you the fucking front of the damn thing. And maybe plug my webcam in. You know, maybe I should have thought of these things earlier, but I didn't. So we're doing it live. Oh, this is dangerous. What if you end up seeing my mouse mat? Wait, have I now beansed myself? No, we're okay. We're okay. Ba 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 ba.
Hello?
Hello?
That's like, hello?
Hi, dear side! How am I? I'm pretty good. How you doing? I'm just sort of faffing. I'm gonna be standing here smacking crabs for a while, so I've got a book, but it's got like images, so I'm setting up my hand cam, but it's gonna be really awkward because I'm sort of scrunched up in a little ball right now. Fapping? No! What? No! Maybe if I move further away from my desk, I'll have more space to do things. Oh, my desire to multitask, but my ability to do so. Handcam for puzzle? For my funny book that I'll be reading while runescaping. Scaping those sexy, sexy runes. I wish I had like a smaller table or something I could use. Oh, but I don't. Maybe I'll have to put it on my desk. I don't need my keyboard, right? I can move that. I don't need that. RuneScape's a mouse-only kind of game. What if I do this? I need one of those big, like, tome stands. Like, a stand that you would put something like the Bible on. I need something like that to hold this fucking book up. You don't have macros for RuneScape? I don't need macros for RuneScape, I have a mouse. What more do I need? Hang on, I do need to fucking go AFK for like 10 seconds. Hold on. Came back and I nearly knocked shit on the floor. I'm doing great today. I'm doing a fantastic job. I've noticed this crab is not waking up, so I think my aggro is reset. One step at a time, it's okay. You guys put up with everything, apparently. My thing's done. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna run off and do my birdhouses. And then hope that no one's taken my crab location. I'm gonna run out of run energy because I've got my fucking armor on. Oops. Ah, my aggro thing. Hooray! Where did the music go? I didn't get anything spicy. Doesn't look like there's anyone in my spot. Ho 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 ho! Wait, but now my aggro thing's gone again. Wait, why? For fuck's sake, I thought it fixed. Oh. I need a bigger desk. But then I would just have even more crap around me. If I have an empty space in my house, I will fill it with fucking something. Something. Whoa. Stop nearly knocking things on the floor. Okay. Are you hoarding like a dragon? Kind of, yeah. Okay, I think I'm good. Okay, here's funny book. Funny book. It's massive. Here's my hand for scale. This book is huge. Don't look at my mouse, Matt. So there's that. Book, yeah! It's like 700 and something pages. I looked earlier and now I've already forgotten. And I have my camera ready to show you pictures when I come across them. Werewolf moment? No. You didn't see anything. He wasn't there. Ugh. Shit, we've already got a picture. No! What's that? Okay. I am watching out for caskets, but everything else can fuck off. Oh, I don't have enough hands for this. Don't have my glasses on, so I missed the mouse pad. I think it was just sort of like, you could see pink. Excuse me, crab. Oopsie. Come on, there we go. Is this the crazy dude that can't put a coherent sentence together? Yes. And would you like to see an image of him? Because we've got an image of him. The man, the myth, the legend. Oh shit. Here he is. Look at him. In all of his glory. He's our guy. That's about right, yeah. He's got like some kind of snake headdress on or something. Unfortunately my camera is too shit to focus on it. But yeah, there's that. The caption for the image says, Aleister Crowley in 1911 with stele, wand, bell, cup and sword, wearing a dark robe with a rose cross on his breast, crowned with an Egyptian uraeus, and with the ring of Nuit on his finger. In the foreground is Liber Elvelagis, and a phial of abramelin oil, sorry. This was the year in which Crowley finished writing the first part of Book 4. For fuck's sake, here we go. Yeah. Oh, and incidentally, Book 4 is... Well, the book... This book... This book is all 4 books. So book 1 is meditation, brackets, yoga. Book 2 is magic, spelt with a K on the end, like it's CK. Book 3 is magic in theory and practice, and book 4 is Liber Alvel Legis, the book of the law. So we got 4 in 1 here, that's why this thing's so fucking huge. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, is the whole motto of Crowley's faction. Oh my god. We've got another picture of Crowley. This time, he's just fucking lounging. Here he is. It's our man. Aleister Crowley at age 28. 1903, a year before reception of the Book of Law. 28! I'm nearly 28. Oh god, the contents goes on a bit, but it's okay. I'll read the titles of the chapters when we get there. We don't need to read it now. You're nearly 23? Well, I'm nearly 27. But that's also kind of nearly 28. Give me that ruby. Fuck it, why not? Since I'm here. Look, I was saying nearly 28 because that was a picture of him at 28. Nearly 32 and a half? Nearly 42? Hang on, I do need another drink because I ended up with a sore throat yesterday. I need to try and avoid that today. Okay. Introduction. The magician may therefore be confident that spiritual beings exist, says Crowley, apparently. Oh, a lot of this book is going to be from the view of Stephen Skinner, who's the one who edited this together. So there's going to be like stuff that isn't from Crowley's perspective, but from an outside perspective. So this isn't all Crowley's words, just a lot of it is. Aleister Crowley, 1875 to 1947, was one of the most extraordinary Englishmen of the 19th to 20th centuries. He strove for mastership in many fields of attainment, ranging from the physical, mountaineering and yoga, to the mental, chess and poetry, to spiritual meditation, and magic, and even religious, the creation of Thelema, a belief system that he hoped would supplant Christianity, and which still flourishes today. Today being when? Are people still part of Thelema? Wait. Do people still practice this? I'm looking this up. We're like, not even a paragraph in and I'm already looking up bonus material. No fucking way. Wait. Thelema, and then as I scroll down, it goes to a description of heathenry. There's no information about Thelema itself, it's just about heathenry. Oh my god, what? I just wanted to see if people still practice this shit. Do they not? Shit, there's a casket on the floor. Give me that. Give me that. Hang on. Do people still practice Thelema? August 2022. Thelema is still practiced today. By whomst? Contemporary Thelemites may practice more than one religion, including Wicca, Gnosticism, Satanism, Setianism, and Luciferianism. So is it for, like, freaks like me who just think it's funny? Excuse me, crabs? No, you don't want to fight me? Hang on. That should be far away enough. There we go. Yeah, probably. God damn it. Well, I don't care. I want to join in. It's fun. Fun, magic, and demonic shite. Thank you very much. Right, where am I? Along the way, he investigated the action of various drugs on the mind, including hashish, mescaline, cocaine, and heroin, mostly legal in the period that he took them, but now mostly controlled. His output of books was prodigious, and of these, Book 4 stands out as a record of his researches in at least 4 of these fields: mysticism, yoga, magic, and religion. Even outside of these specialist fields, Crowley was well known. In 2002, a BBC poll placed Crowley 73rd in a list of the 100 greatest Britons of all time. Let's fucking go, bro! Top 100 British man? Let's fucking go. This is my Lord and Saviour, Mr. Crowley. It might be usual at this point to introduce a summary biography, but Crowley led such a long and complicated life that the reader is best referred to one of his biographers. Although John Simmons' biographies are a little out of date and out of favour, they're still among the most entertaining, introducing snippets of his rituals set in among the tales of his mistresses, books, travels, and drug experiences. Perhaps the most detailed and heavily referenced biography is that of Richard Kaczynski? I think that's how you say that. However, part 4 in the present volume has a useful potted biography, mostly aimed at setting the Book of Lore in context, but also functioning as an overview of Crowley's life. Liber Aber, or Book 4, was not so much a book as a construct by Crowley, tying together his main interests, yoga, mysticism, magic, and the revelation in Cairo, which resulted in the transmission of the Book of the Law through the mediumship of his wife Rose Crowley. Greg's man is at the top way. So true, bro, so true. Oh, my hand hurts from holding this book in such a funny way. Bum ba bum 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 bum. One of the great difficulties encountered when reading Crowley's works is that his writing assumes that you've already read most of the books listed in his recommended readings list, Appendix 1. I found that so much. He's like, if you don't know this, you should have read this book already. Thank you very much. And that when he refers to his own work, it's usually by Liber number rather than published title or any usual bibliographic detail. Accordingly, I have, where possible, expanded on Crowley's self-referential references. Fortunately, most of the libri referred to are incorporated in the appendices of this present book, and so the reader will not often have to look beyond the bounds of this volume. I first encountered Crowley in the form of John Simmons' biography, The Great Beast, which was shelved near the section on religion in my school library. Imagine having a book on Crowley in your school library. Severeferesian, yeah. I decided before I left school that I would read Crowley's books as well as most of the main religious classics. I only realized later what a tall order that was to be. Nevertheless, I read the Bible at home, every single book, and borrowed the Marmaduke Pickthall translation of the Quran, which I read in entirety. The SBE editions of most of the Chinese classics followed. I Ching Yi King and Tao Ke King Tao Ke Ching. And Indian classics, including a few of Sir John Woodroffe's huge and complicated Tantra classics, plus the Edwin Arnold version of the Bhagavad Gita? I feel like I'm gonna butcher so many words in this. When I later stumbled upon Crowley's Magick in Theory and Practice, Part 3 in this volume, I was delighted to see that many of the books I had already read were listed in his recommended books list, Appendix 1 in the present volume. Anyway, long train journeys to and from school were the background to my reading of Crowley's work. Upon arrival home, I would spend long hours doing homework, during which time books like these would be read nestled inside some random textbook of physics, chemistry, or geography. My large atlas did sterling service in this regard. I've retained my fondness for Crowley's writing since childhood, but that will not stop me from being critical where criticism is needed. He may not have been the greatest poet in the English language, but he certainly wrote persuasively, and some of his descriptions of spiritual states are still with me. Reading Crowley at that age, or indeed any age, presents its own problems. Crowley was, without a doubt, a show-off. He couldn't resist the temptation to add in the most obscure references, even when he purported to be writing a 101 level textbook. Why, for example, would anyone take the perfectly usable lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram and translate its spoken phrases into Greek? Both Crowley and I learned Latin at school, so that for me was not an initial problem, but Hebrew and Greek, not to mention Kabbalistic interpretations, were, at that age, totally inscrutable. Ooh! Level 59, let's go. 6 more to go. Man, fucking... like, in the last book, there was a lot of, fuck, what book? What was that even called? I don't remember what that book was even called. But anyway, it had a lot of, stuff in different languages that wasn't then translated. It was just, you either know what this means or fuck you. Occasionally, spewers just ruin my life. What? What? Wait, are you playing Helldivers? Is that a Helldivers creature? Okay. I was confused. Man, do you guys want to be referred to as spewers instead of vompsters? Do you want to be my little spewers? Oh my god. I soon learned that to appreciate Crowley, you have to have a grasp of at least the alphabets of 2 of these languages, even if you can't read whole pages of text. See Appendix 5, Table L. Oh god. This is not, however, plain sailing. For example, in Hebrew, there are, at first glance, pairs of letters that look the same, like H and he and Cheth. Or some have the same English translation, like T, Teth, and Tau. Or appear as if they should sound the same, such as A, Alf, and Ain. These pairs of letters may look the same or sound the same, but they aren't the same. To be able to manipulate the Kabbalah, you need to know under what circumstances one is used and not the other, and that they each have separate numerical values. Other less obvious rules are that Hebrew vowel can stand for V or U or W, but can also surprisingly stand for an O sound. Great. A piece of information that helps make sense of some of Crowley's Kabbalah in Chapter 5, Part 3. Great. I don't want to have to fucking swap between chunks of this book, you bitch. Just put it all in next to each other. It's fine if you're just working on a Hebrew word, but such rules bedevil attempts to use Hebrew numerical values on English or Latin words. Nevertheless, Crowley took advantage of such difficulties and often used them to twist words in order to get his most favourable numerical outcome. What do you need numerical outcomes in words? What are they talking about? Does anyone fucking know? I feel like I need Jay to be here. This is noticeable in part 4 of this volume. A classic example of this is the modification of abracadabra to abrahadabra to take advantage of the numerical value equaling 418. Why? I don't hate you. Thank you. I'm glad you don't hate me. Just realized what I said. Huh? On top of that, you need to have some idea of Crowley's life events and interaction with his many mistresses who often channeled communications from various spiritual entities. At least Simmons' book and other Crowley biographies supply some of the latter background. At that point in time, in the early 1960s, there were very few available books on Magick, so finding Crowley's works, like the 777 or Nox on Par, still in print was a godsend. Having often wished for an edition of Crowley's main works, adequately footnoted, I am delighted to have had the opportunity to provide one. Of course, there is never a perfect edition, and I apologize up front to all those readers who have already absorbed enough knowledge to read Crowley without need for footnotes. My guiding criterion in editing this book 4 has been, what would I have needed to know when I first started reading him more than half a century ago? Those of you who are already familiar with my work will know that my first attempt at clarifying Crowley's work came with my editing of the Magical Diaries of Aleister Crowley, Tunisia, 1923, published in 1979. I worked from an original typescript and tried to be as faithful to the original work as possible. I added a short appendix on Kabbalistic data, a few tables of correspondences, and a list of the magical mottos of Crowley's associates in the Golden Dawn, and his own order, the AA, many of whom were mentioned in the diaries. I dedicated the book to Gerald York, who had preserved the original typescript and subsequently lent it to me, and Francis King, a long-standing friend who later went on to write one of the many Crowley biographies. I also edited Crowley's work on astrology, which he produced in collaboration with the American astrologer and psychic Evangeline Adams, which was not perhaps one of his most significant contributions to modern occultism. I'm not being attacked by crabs again. I wish my fucking thing was working. But I don't want to give up my spot. I then turned my attention to Liber 777. I was fascinated by what was an attempt to categorize all religions, magic, and mystical data using the Kabbalistic Tree of Life. What started as a light edit with a few corrections soon turned into a major project. Where Crowley left columns unfilled, like the gods of most of the world religions, I attempted to fill the deficiency. Where Crowley had only provided Hebrew words, I provided columns containing their transliteration, and then their translation. Where Crowley listed a limited number of angels, I attempted to list the angels and demons of all major grimoires and Gnostic texts. Where Crowley hardly mentioned geomancy, I added the names of 16 geomantic figures in a dozen other cultures and so on. What started off as a slim volume of 183 columns and 60 pages, first published by Crowley in 1909, soon developed, after 5 increasingly larger editions, to my almost 500-page volume containing 840 columns, more than 4.5 times as many columns as in Crowley's original. So although many of my friends thought it strange that I should be working on Crowley again, it's not really so. I looked long and hard before agreeing to edit this volume. In fact, I changed my mind several times. Having done substantial work on 777 and his diaries, I thought it would be in a good place to complete this assignment. Although Crowley was big for me in my teens, I soon realized that the world's knowledge and understanding of Western magic, as well as my own, had moved on a substantial distance since Magick in Theory and Practice was published in 1929. Many of the grimoires, which Crowley was not even aware of, have been published, and many more people have begun experimenting with evocation and the Solomonic style of magic to be found in these grimoires. Even academia is finally beginning to catch up and realize the sources of magical methods are the grimoires, not the tedious tracts of churchmen, the superstitions of psychologists, the screeds of sociologists, or the analysis of anthropologists. What? In my opinion, if you're only working from such secondary literature and not taking into account any of the actual methods used historically by magicians, then you're just spinning your wheels. I'm so lost already. Unidentified medium fossil. Do I want that? I think I do want that. I think I can take that to the museum. Anyway. Sitting for long weeks in the British Museum, as it was then, and transcribing difficult-to-read manuscripts was not really Crowley's favourite thing. It was much easier for him to appropriate S.L. MacGregor's Mather's work, such as the rituals he wrote for the Golden Dawn, published by Crowley without acknowledgement in the Equinox 1. Oh, I think... yeah. Equinox is what I was reading before, wasn't it? I think? Or his transcription of Sloan, MS 2731, published without any acknowledgement in his edition of the Goetia, or his tables of correspondence published by Crowley without any mention of the sources, Mathers and Alan Bennett, in Liber 777. I could go on, but you get the idea. Crowley lived large and anticipated many of the events of the 20th century. He took drugs in order to examine the contents of his own consciousness and the inner workings of the universe. These explorations later erupted into public consciousness with the advent of the 1960s, during which I published 2 hippie newspapers, Lucifer and Chaos, that's fucking rad, which covered similar material. Even the Beatles gave Crowley credit, with a vignette appearance in the cover of their immensely popular LP Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Like Crowley, they went to India to find a guru. Other rockers like Graham Bond and Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin fame were into Crowley. Jimmy was so enamored of Crowley that he even bought Crowley's old home on the shores of Loch Ness. Fucking hell. Jimmy once said of Crowley, "I feel Aleister Crowley is a misunderstood genius of the 20th century. It's because his whole thing was liberation of the person and the entity, that restrictions would foul you up, led to frustration, which leads to violence, crime, mental breakdown, depending on what sort of makeup you have underneath. The further this age we're now in gets into technology and alienation, a lot of the points he's made seem to manifest themselves all down the line. I'm not saying it's a system for anybody to follow, I don't agree with everything, but I find a lot of it relevant, and it's those things that people attacked him on, so he was misunderstood. I'm not trying to interest anyone in Aleister Crowley any more than I am in Charles Dickens. All it was that at a particular time he was expounding a theory of self-liberation, which is something which is so important. He was like an eye to the world, into the forthcoming situation. My studies have been quite intensive, but I don't particularly want to go into it because it's a personal thing, and isn't in relation to anything apart from the fact I've employed his system in my own day-to-day life. The thing is to come to terms with one's free will, discover one's place and what one is, and from that you can go ahead, and do not spend your whole life suppressed and frustrated. It's basically coming to terms with yourself. I knew Jimmy, and at one stage we even discussed setting up a joint publishing company to publish Crowley and other occult classics, but in the end this came to nothing because of the tardiness of lawyers. I also knew Gerald York, who helped preserve Crowley's legacy by sponsoring publications of his work during his lifetime, and preserving the bulk of his typescripts and manuscripts during his life and after he passed. It was York who finally decided that Magick in Theory and Practice could not be safely published in England, which is why it was first printed in Lecram Press in Paris. Safely published? Why? What was going to happen? As fate would have it, I also knew Lady Freda Harris's sons. Freda Harris, as everyone knows, painted the tarot cards designed by Crowley, which were finally published as the Thoth Tarot Pack. I want that, by the way. I haven't been able to find one, but I want that. In the end, I also arranged for the sale of her drafts, templates, and sketches associated with her painting of the pack. The actual cards were donated to the Warburg, and in due course I was called upon to organize a complete set of color photographs of the pack for a new Wiser edition published in 1977, which was the first quality color Thoth pack published. I negotiated with the Warburg for permission to photograph, and hired Norbert Gahler to do the photography. The job took the best part of a whole day. The Warburg told me in no uncertain terms that this was the first and definitely the last time this would be allowed, so their photography and later publication had better be good. Speaking of publication, you might be amused to hear the story Aleister Crowley's copyrights. Back in 1974, when I collaborated with Francis King to write Techniques of High Magic, we often met over dinner, sometimes in the Greek restaurants of Notting Hill. As a part of these discussions, I edited and published Crowley's Tunis Diaries, 1923, and his Astrology. Francis went ahead and edited Crowley on Christ and the Secret Rituals of the OTO. We both had a bit of a pushback from Kenneth Grant and John Simmons, who both felt they had prior claim over Crowley's copyrights. Grant had been chartered by Germer to open a London camp of the OTO, Ordo Templi Orientis, an offer that was later withdrawn when he expelled Grant from the OTO in 1955. Grant and Simmons, who was Crowley's first biographer and literary executor, edited several of Crowley's works in 1969, 1973, and 1979, whilst claiming Crowley copyrights, which they failed to establish. This prompted Francis to investigate who might actually own the copyrights. Crowley's will left them to the OTO at his death in 1947. That was clear, but in due course we discovered that when Crowley was made bankrupt in 1937, the ownership of his copyrights passed to the UK official receiver in bankruptcy, leaving him unable to legally bequeath the copyrights to the OTO, or anyone else, except for the few books he wrote and published after that date. We inquired and discovered that since nobody then had paid any attention to them, and the receiver still owned them, we drew up the catalogue of his works and made an offer of £2,500 for them to the official receiver, who found that acceptable. Fuck yeah. Just fucking have that copyright. A new fossil. Give me that. I don't know if you get anything for, you know, fossil hunting, but why not try? Also, what did I level up? Oh, hit points. Cool. Wait. You have a sneaking suspicion that you would have received an easy clue scroll. What? Have I missed out on clue scrolls? Were there clue scrolls on the floor and I didn't notice? That's not fair. I want to know why that is. Hang on. I want to know why that is. I want clue scrolls. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I don't see anyone talking about it. Let me look up what these called. Fucking fossil crabs? Fossil crabs. Ammonite crab. Do they have a chance to drop clue scrolls or something? They do. So if I don't pick it up, does it say something? Fucking... Let me see if I can get the squares to spawn. Why aren't they coming in? Normally if you just run away a bit, they show up. Fucking plug-in. What if someone takes my spot while I'm doing this? What am I supposed to do? Bro, come on. Give me my timer. What the heck? Why is it being such a shit? Why aren't they coming? I also want to know why I'm not getting my fucking clue scroll. I don't like the sneaking suspicion that I would have gotten something that I want. That sucks. Huh. They're also a 1 in 128 chance, and I would have gotten 2. This is cringe. Oh well, I'm here for fucking defense XP. As boring as that is. That's crazy. I mean, that might not be what it is. But I'm assuming that's what it is. No! This is my spot! Fuck off! No! I was resetting my aggro, you can't. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's what I get. Where are you going? Are you giving it back to me? Maybe he's giving it back. He is! Victory. But my fucking timer isn't working. Oh well. Oh, my legs. Okay. Book. Return. Get new ones? I'd love to. Maybe ones that are a bit longer. A casket. I'm gonna run out of inventory space. I could probably drop some of this fucking birdhouse crap though. Come here. Stay short? You want me to stay short? I don't want to be tall. I just don't want to be the weeniest, teeniest boy you've ever seen. Man, I need to fucking stretch my legs a sec. Ah! 4'6", yeah, fair enough. No! Why are these crabs being shit? Fucking come here. Fight me. Oh my god. Right. While waiting for our lawyers to finish drawing up the contract, Francis invited Bill Breeze for dinner. Who the fuck is Bill Breeze? Bill was, at that time, and still is, the worldwide head for the OTO. Francis was always an entertaining host, and after a few bottles of good red wine had been consumed, he told Bill what we were doing. Our intention was simply to secure the rights for us to publish any further Crowley books, and if and when we edited them, without being bothered by Grant and Simmons. We had no intention of holding this ownership over anyone else who might want to publish Crowley's works. Bill was very interested. What Bill did with this information, with a bit of help from Clive Harper, is now part of the history behind the acquisition of the Crowley copyrights by the OTO. Of course, as of 70 years after Crowley's death in 1947, these copyrights lapsed in 2017, and Crowley's work is now in the public domain, so this story is only for academic interest. Let's fucking go! Bill Breeze is a Batman villain? Oh, Crowley's public domain? Fuck. So after all that, how could I ignore Old Crow, as Gerald York fondly referred to Crowley, when I was called upon to edit this volume? The development of Magick. Which I can't read because the crabs are just wandering around aimlessly. You're supposed to fucking fight me. Anyway. In the ancient world, in the temples of Egypt, magic was practiced by the priests and had a close connection with religion. Performing magic inside the consecrated grounds of a temple gave the magician priests the kind of protection which was subsequently provided in the grimoires by consecrated magic circles. After the closing of temples in the first 3 centuries of this era, the instigation of increasingly vociferous Christian bishops, the magicians and their papyri became more widely distributed. Fortunately, some of these papyri survived and are now available as the Papyri Graecae Magicae, or PGM for short. I would love PGM, thank you. As Christianity swept over the ancient pagan world, magic and its practitioners went underground, resurfacing again only in the 13th century in the form of flourishing underground ecclesiastical statistical culture. Yep. Which in places like Oxford and Canterbury, St. Augustine's also embraced magic. The ownership of grimoires, books of practical instruction in magic, which were the successors of the magical papyri, were mostly confined to monks, priests, or aristocrats, the few who could read in Latin or Greek. I fucking imagine being able to read in Latin. Grimoires made it very clear that the actual method of magic involved dealing with spirits or demons. Prior to the 19th century, it was clearly understood by everyone that magic involved the conjuring of angels, spirits, or demons, as only these entities could produce results that were truly magical. The methods used by these magicians were very precise, exacting, and recorded in detail in the grimoires. I think, does Solomon's count as one of those grimoires? I'm not sure, because I've got that. Fucking Lesser and Greater Key of Solomon the King, let's fucking go. In just a few places, Crowley explains the necessary attitude when evoking spirits. Therefore, fear not the spirits, but be firm and courteous with them, for thou hast no right to despise or revile them, and this too may lead to the this too may lead thee astray. Command and banish them, curse them by great names if need be, but neither mock nor revile them, for so assuredly wilt thou be led into error. Crabs. 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 Stop dancing around it. Okay. How I feel when I type. The usual structure of such an operation was that the magician and his assistant stood within a consecrated circle, which they did not leave until after the rite was concluded. One assistant would tend the thurible and feed it with the appropriate incenses at the appropriate time. Another might act as the scryer, and maybe a third would keep watch around the circle for the first signs of the spirit's arrival. Outside the circle was a clearly defined triangle surrounded by 3 names of power, most often Primaton, Tetragrammaton, and Anaphaxiton, fucking hell, into which the magician planned to conjure the spirit. Can I be attacked by crabs, please? Why is this so much to ask? Read? No, look, I'm trying my fucking darndest. In the classic method, the scryer would often be a pubescent boy or girl who might be more naturally psychic than any adult. The chief magician or carsist would then call the spirit by reading or declaiming from memory a long and tedious invocations, spiced up with the names of God and more senior spirits or demons. Eventually, there would be a sign that the spirit had arrived, a sharp drop in temperature, a change in the patterns of the incense smoke, or a sparkling like champagne bubbles in the air. If the carsist was good or well experienced, the figure of the spirit might begin to form over the triangle. The spirit would then be told what the carsist wanted accomplished, and if it was within its offices or list of abilities, it would then be bound to carry that out, but before being dismissed. Don't worry, I'm cannot reads either. We're all the same. Crowley seldom went to such lengths, and his favourite shortcut method of communicating with spirits was via a scryer who might see the spirit in a crystal, such as the topaz in Crowley's Rude Cross? What's a rude cross? Spelled R-O-O-D. What? Often without the precautions mentioned above. Sometimes the operation would take place in a hotel room with liberal applications of sex, alcohol, and other excitants to compensate for the scryer not being an innocent child. The scryer would then repeat what she had heard and saw, and Crowley would write it down, but not before subjecting it to Kabbalistic analysis. For example, if Crowley had conjured Mercury, or a mercurial spirit, then he would take note of the images seen and the words written. Opalescent scenes with mercurial or hermaphroditic themes would be acceptable, but a vision of battle and bloodshed would be met with disbelief by Crowley as partaking of Mars and a different sphere. Words were key, and Crowley would attempt to match a Hebrew spelling or sound alike to the word heard or seen by the scryer. He would then rapidly work out its numeric value. In this way, Crowley hoped to separate the real from the imaginary, relying on the fact that his scryers were not well versed in these things and were unlikely to have made up symbolically or kabbalistically significant words. The records of a number of these sessions have been preserved, but there is one which is of particular relevance to the first 2 books of this volume, and his sessions with Verkum, his mistress and scryer, which we will examine shortly. Root cross is just a crucifix on the entrance of a church. Oh. Why does he have one? One sec, I need more coffee sips. And let me drop some of this shit just in case something exciting drops. Okay. I'm on the fucking lookout for clue scrolls. Kabbalah. Let us now look at the main tool that Crowley used to unlock the meaning of the names of the various entities his scryers encountered on the astral. This is the tool that Crowley also used to interpret the Book of the Law. The importance of the Kabbalah to Crowley's work is that he frequently used gematria, the allocation of numeric values to the letters of people's names, spirit names, places, ideas, and so on, to discover their true nature. As this mode of working arises frequently in Crowley's writings, it's important to understand how it works before reading his writings, especially the Book of Law. The Kabbalah is a body of Jewish mystical knowledge, notionally a secret method of interpreting the Jewish scriptures, the Tanakh or Old Testament, which was later appropriated by the Christian world for this purpose, but strangely, also to help the conversion of Jews to Christianity. The earliest text probably was Sefer Yetzirah, 3rd century, but its largest and most important text was in the Zohar, written and redacted by Moses de Leon in Spain in the 13th century. Hi, Sleepy! So how does this number thing work? I want to know what my numeric value is and if it means I'm important or whatever. How does this work? Oh, we've got another image. Can I add you in game? In RuneScape? Yeah, sure. My name is Vomit VT. Where did I put my webcam? Oh, it's there. I have no idea what this is. It's some kind of diagram, but here we go. It's the Tree of Life. I don't really get it. There's a bunch of numbers and words on it. Like, in between each circle is another number and word. I don't get it. I wonder if this will be explained in ways that I can understand, but I highly doubt that. Figure 3, the Tree of Life, English and Hebrew. Figure 3 shows the 10 spheres, or Sephiroth, Ayo, and the stages that creation passed through before creating the physical world, which is in Malkuth, the kingdom. Each of the 22 paths between the Sephiroth were allocated one Hebrew letter. When this system was adopted by Christians, many other correspondences were loaded up on the tree, such as the hierarchy of demons and angels, the 22 tarot trumps, gods, pagan mythologies, and Kabbalistic and Vedic correspondences. Okay. How does it work? How does it work? One of the main leading lights of the Kabbalah was Isaac Luria. Interestingly, Luria also introduced or discovered the concept of reincarnation in the Kabbalah. The most important parts of the Kabbalah for those interested in magic were the Tree of Life diagram, with its 10 Sephiroth or spheres and 22 paths, a map of creation and its hierarchy of angels and demons, and the practice of gematria, or the equating of each letter of the Hebrew alphabet and letter of the Roman alphabet with a numeric value. Okay. Which... How do I... I'm trying to see if all of these words start with an individual letter. A unique letter. No, because there's a C there and a C there. And a C there. How do I know what number my name is? I want to know what number I am. What's my special number? I like having different special numbers. Also, is the fact that Sephiroth or spheres... Does Sephiroth mean sphere? I don't like spheres, but I love Sephiroth. Don't make me question things, please. Kabbalah is spelt in Hebrew as QBLH, and it also shows the Hebrew letters that I can't read. Because of the lack of a standard one-to-one equivalence of Hebrew and Roman letters, this word has been transliterated in a number of ways. Traditional Jewish commentators most frequently use Kabbalah, transliterating "h" as "k." From the Renaissance onwards, Kabbalah texts entered Christian culture, where they were studied and translated by Christian Hebrailists like Johannes Reuchlin, and Pico della Mirandola. Some of these writers preferred similar-sounding Kabbalah as a C. However, by the 19th century, when the Kabbalah was increasingly being associated with the Magick, the form Kabbalah, transliterating as Q, became popular with later occultists like Dion Fortune and Gareth Knight. This is the form I intend to use here, as Crowley also adopted it. Let's go. But I'm not being told how the number thing works. I need to look this up. I'm really interested in what my fucking special number is. Hang on. What did they call it? It started with like a G or something. Gematria. Right. We're looking at Gematria now. Gematria. Can I just have a gematria calculator? Let's fucking go. Give me this. Yes. Yes. Okay. Vomit. Calculate. Wait, why is there a checkbox for view rude words? What does that mean? In Hebrew, 889. In English, 474. In simple gematria, 79. What? I guess I'll go with 889. Fucking V is worth 700 number in Hebrew. Let's go. Fucking expensive letter. Big points. Wait, is that why 666 is the thing? Wait. I don't know if I trust this now, because Elon Musk Grimes adds up to 666. Why is that on here? What the fuck is this? All eyes on me. Hitler is 666. Fuck off. What is this fucking website? Birthday code? Lucifer is the hidden god. What the fuck is this? And devil equals 738, not 666. What? So is that not? Hang on. No, what? Where does 666 come from then? I don't know. Weird. I don't get it, but I don't get a lot of things. A small fossil. Do I want these? Right, we can look that up as well. Can be traded to the fossil collector in exchange for 100 numelites. What's a numelite? Oh, that's this shit. Okay. Ah! Levels. So do I need to collect these? Maybe I've already done this. How do I know if I've already done this? Is it in the collection? Where's the collection? Collection. Oh my god. I guess I can't look at it while I'm in fucking combat, huh? Ugh. Well, maybe I don't need to worry about it. Okay, where was I? What was I doing? Reading something. Oh yeah, I got sidetracked by the number thing. Do I need to re-aggro again? No. Okay. Book 4. Let us now return to Crowley's scrying session with Viricum. The instruction to write a book on mysticism and magic called Book 4 came from an entity or intelligence who called himself Abduldiz, who mediated through Crowley's scryer, Soror Viricum, in 1911. Viricum, otherwise known as Mary d'Est Sturges, was companion of the famous dancer Isadora Duncan and frequently travelled with her. Viricum was born Mary Dempsey on October 11th, 1871, to a Catholic Irish family in Quebec. She successively with a V? Married Edmund Bindon, and then Solomon Sturges. She met and befriended Isadora Duncan in Paris, 1901. Instead of Dempsey, she adopted the more exotic-sounding name d'Este, until forced by the real d'Este family to change it to Desti. Crowley dubbed her Viricum. Until Isadora's death, Mary and Isadora were fast friends, even living together in Paris. It was in fact the scarf that Mary gave to Isadora Duncan that broke Isadora's neck and killed her in Nice, 1927, after it became entangled in the wheels of a Bugatti she was riding in. Huh. So these two were absolutely girlfriends. And one of them gifted the other a scarf, which then got tangled up in, like, the wheels of a fucking vehicle and killed her. That shit's messed up, dude. Come on, crabs. Yeah. Abdulaziz first made contact through Viricum in Zurich, then in St. Moritz, and later in Milan. She and Crowley travelled around Europe and on an extended honeymoon. Abdulaziz was determined to dictate the conditions in which the book should be written, including its location beyond Rome in Nepal. The precise villa, according to Abdulaziz, I feel like I'm fucking that up, was to be identified by the presence of 2 Persian nut trees. In due course, Crowley and Viricum chanced upon such a villa. Villa Calderazzo, I think it's Calderazzo, rented it and settled down to write Book 4. They worked long and late into the night, with Crowley dictating and Viricum writing his words down. The work was often punctuated by alcohol or drug-fueled arguments. Soon many pages were covered with rapidly written words, until Viricum would reread them out loud while asking Crowley questions about the material. Crowley and Viricum later broke up, and she fled to Paris, where soon after she contracted an unsuccessful marriage with a Turk, and Crowley moved on, but that's another story. Fucking hell. Don't make fun of me. Part 1. The first volume was completed in 1911 and published in 1912. Having decided to call the book Book 4, the theme was carried through the physical production of the book. Both this one and the second volume replicated the 4 theme in the actual fourfold of each paper, and the 4 square print format that measured 4 by 4 inches. See figure 4, page 50. I'm not going to fucking page 50 yet, fuck off. Which, of course, is not obvious in the rest of this edition. Even the pricing, 4 shillings and 4 groats, followed the same theme. What the fuck is a groat? What the fuck is a groat? What the fuck is a groat? Can we bring groats back? How much is a groat? 4p. Groat. The groat is a British silver coin that was separately minted in Scotland, England, Scotland, and Ireland. A groat is worth 4p in old money. Old money. This guy's shin, what the fuck for? Oh my god. Oh, what the hell? 4 shillings and 4 groats, and 4 groats would be 4p. Oh my god. Not in Wales? Yeah, no groats for Wales. Sorry, you're not allowed. Although captioned meditation, the first book was devoted almost entirely to yoga and based upon Crowley's experiences in Ceylon, Sri Lanka, in 1902. For Crowley, clearly defined practices and specific outcomes of yoga appealed, while Crowley flirted with the Christian meditations of Molinos and Loyola. His distaste for the religion left him with no experiences he felt were truly spiritual. Yoga, on the other hand, had a precise series of practices and yielded identifiable results. My god. Fuck off with your stupid groats. That's not how you spell it. It's like goat, but with an R. Groat. Yeah. Such a weird ass fucking word. Can we bring groats back, please? That's gay. Oh yeah, because it's like throat. It's the throat of a goat. It's a groat. Maybe that's why it's demonic. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Although I do hate the number 4, I'm not gonna lie. It's one of my least favourite numbers in the world. Kinda sucks dick. That's exactly why I said it was gay. The fuck, where did I get to? I don't like 4 either. Yeah, it's kinda cringe. Because of his inheritance, Crowley was wealthy enough to travel abroad to India and Ceylon long before many Westerners took the same path 50 years later when the hippies moved east. In the early 20th century, it was certainly uncommon to find yoga teachers in the West. Crowley first practiced control of the mind as taught to him by his friend and mentor, the mountaineer Oscar Eckenstein, who encouraged him to hold the image of ordinary things, and later abstract things like perfumes, steady in his mind for minutes at a time. Crowley tried to reduce this practice to a mechanical formula. This explains the presence of Figure 6, page 74, on the control of the mind in Part 1. In Sri Lanka, Crowley met and studied Raja Yoga under P. Ramanathan, the Solicitor General of Sri Lanka, who adopted the name Sri Parananda in an occult context. Crowley stayed in a colonial bungalow called Malborough, overlooking the lake at Kandy, a town in High Central Province in the centre of the country, and the last seat of the kings of Ceylon, who had supposedly ruled this kingdom for 2,500 years, till it was taken over by the British in 1815, for fuck's sake. Yaps. I can confirm, having also stayed in Kandy, that the lake and its surroundings are very peaceful, and many of the buildings in the nearby cooler highlands are reminiscent of those in the UK. Many of the Sri Lankans dress in white when attending the local temples, which crowd together in the edge of the lake, forming long, orderly, and slightly surreal queues. Crowley would often lunch at the Queen's Hotel on the shore near the temples. In Kandy, Crowley practiced his asana and pranayama, the purpose of which was to still the body and stabilize the mind. The results of this make up the first 2 chapters of Part 1. Pranayama soon developed into mantra, which entailed the repetition of a syllable or short sacred sentence over and over again. While in pranayama, Crowley passed through the first stage, which is marked by profuse perspiration of a peculiar kind, the second stage, which is accompanied by rigidity of the body, and the third stage, in which the body unconsciously hops about the floor without any way disturbing the asana. Excuse me? The body unconsciously hops about the floor. Hang on. There's a footnote here. I haven't been reading the footnotes because I can't be asked, but I'm interested in this one. Genesis Libri al Chapter 3, Part 4, the hopping later became a feature of meditation/yoga classes under Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, the Beatles guru, who included Patanjali's recipe for levitation, yogic hopping or flying, in his enlarged transcendental meditation programs. That doesn't clear anything up. What does that mean? It sounds like some kind of spasm. Anyway, these practices culminated in Dhyana, Part 1, Chapter 4, which was once described by Israel Brigadi as an overwhelming interior orgasm of the mind. Oh! In later years, Crowley returned to yoga and wrote 8 lectures on yoga, which systematically expanded on each of the chapter headings in Part 1. This was published as Equinox 3-4 in 1939, with subsequent reissues by Sengreal, New Falcon, and 93 Publishing. Lawrence Sutin, in his biography of Crowley, stated that Crowley had made distinctly original contributions to the study of yoga in the West. Certainly, Crowley's analysis of the psycho-spiritual elements of yoga are an excellent antidote to the New Age emphasis on the physical health benefits of the asanas. What'd you get? A butterfly fish. Oh, we haven't had one of those. We've had one of the special butterfly fish, but not just a regular butterfly fish. Part 2. Before we look at Part 2, Magick, we need to take a quick flashback to the late 19th century to understand the roots of Crowley's view of magic. This view owed a lot to Crowley's early practice of the magic and Abramelin as the mage, practice of Abramelin the mage, which he began to perform in 1898. Mixed with that were some of the things he had read in the grimoires. Let us look at Abramelin first. The practice was designed to last either 6 or 18 months, with the bulk of the preparation consisting of meditation and prayers. It's only towards the end of this period that the magician actually evokes a large register of spirits, binding each one with the help of a number of square alphabetic talismans. Crowley bought Boleskine, a house in Scotland by Loch Ness, with the prime purpose of conducting this ritual there. Unfortunately, during the early stages of the operation, Crowley was called away by his friend Gerald Kelly because of serious dilemma that his sister Rose found herself in. Crowley went to his friend's sister's aid, thereby breaking off the operation before it reached the interesting part where the evoked spirits parade through the lodge and oratory that Crowley had specially constructed at the end of the veranda, one at a time in order for each to be examined and bound. You do like a little catwalk situation? Apparently Rose was awaiting the arrival of not 1 but 2 men who were engaged to be married to her. Which should she marry? What was Crowley's solution to her problem? He in turn offered to marry her and was almost immediately accepted. The new couple returned to Boleskine, but intensive magical preparation and chaste prayers were no longer on the cards with a new and enthusiastic wife in the house. Soon after, they left for an extended honeymoon and the Abramelin operation fell by the wayside. We will look at some of the extraordinary results of that honeymoon when we consider the 4th part of Book 4. The end result of this was that Crowley's vision of magic did not, on this occasion, move beyond the initial meditative and prayerful phase, although he later claimed to have completed the Abrahamian operation during a road trip from Assam to southern China. In fact, he didn't, at least not in the way Abrahamian had intended. Fucking liar. Oh yeah, I did do it actually, I did it on a car ride, yeah. Anyway. Still need 5 more levels in defense. Damn. Crowley was also introduced to the Key of Solomon the King, as transcribed by MacGregor Mathers. One of the grimoire's overriding concerns was the creation and consecration of various pieces of ritual equipment, such as the sword, the censer, and so on. It is therefore not surprising that when Crowley came to write Part 2, Magick, a decade or so later in 1912, these formed the prime, indeed the only, ingredients of that book. There was almost no talk of consecration, invocations, timing, types of incense, or the spirit hierarchy. Nevertheless, as the creation of the magical tools is an important first step, the book served as a useful purpose as a first step. Crowley described the conditions of his new house and its temple in Abrahamian terms, such that it must have an oratory with a window to the east and a door to the north opening on a terrace, at the end of which must be a lodge. The terrace and lodge must be strewn with fine sand. In addition, for his equipment, the magician must have a robe, crown, wand, altar, incense, anointing oil, and a silver layman. Crowley described these items in grimoire terms, with a few flights of fancy added in for good measure. What the fuck do you need to have sand in your house for? Do they want to pretend that they're on the beach? Fucking, I got sand in my fish tank. I've also got some spare sand from my fish tank. I can use that. Fish sand. The main value of this book is the listing of these various pieces of equipment that are needed by the magician. The concept that magic needs all this equipment is derived directly from the Solomonic magic and the grimoires, which specify this equipment in order for the magician to satisfactorily negotiate with the spirits with authority. Despite New Age assertions that you can simply visualize the circle and implements, there is far too much to do during a magical evocation to be constantly reinforcing such visualization. There are very few people alive today who could do that at the same time as conjure from memory the many pages of the evocation. It's simply sensible to use physical barriers, layman's, etc. Strangely, and more importantly, the spirits observe these boundaries, fear the sharp point of the iron sword, and respond to the sigil and to a properly consecrated wand. Although I might not see eye to eye with Crowley's construction of some of these items, at least he is observing the inventory of equipment needed for a proper evocation. The circle is one item of equipment where Crowley used his thelemic imagination rather than relating the design to its purpose or using traditional form. Bro, I fucking love a magic circle, don't just imagine it. I can draw one of those out. Alternatively, a natural space far from the haunts of men could have been used for the grimoire operation, but not for the Abrahamian operation, which needs specific rooms to be used over a period of 6 to 18 months. It's not easy to initially evoke spirits in a noisy, cramped flat in the busy city. Of course, this becomes more practical after you've established a connection with and binding of that spirit. The invocation of gods or angels are, surprisingly, not touched upon at all in this book. Crowley completed Part 2 with the assistance of Viricum, and was published soon after in 1913, also in 4-square format. As a resulting of having written these two books, Crowley was acutely aware of the difference between magic and mysticism, a distinction which is crucial, but one which somewhat lost to us today. Because of the pernicious influence of New Age thinking, people think that blurring the lines between categories like magic and mysticism constitutes a contribution to knowledge rather than its degradation. In modern thinking, page turn, the distinction between magic and mysticism is often blurred. However, as Crowley went so far as creating two different books, one for mysticism and the other for magic, he obviously knew the difference. Well, isn't he special? Mysticism relates to improving one's mind or soul while striving for something like samadhi or union with God. This can only be experienced internally. Magic, however, is concerned with making changes in the external world, securing the love of someone otherwise unobtainable, or rapid job promotion, obtaining treasure, or impossibly elusive book. The two methods are not interchangeable, just as their objectives are very different. Real success in magic where the objectives sought are on the physical plane should be marked by rapid and unlikely results. For example, a talisman, as a general rule, should certainly produce its effect within the round of the planets, i.e. a week, if not considerably sooner, unless it's been designed to merely work like a trickle charge. Excuse me? Battery charger. What? If the work is successful, then it will obviously be so. If the results occur over a long period of time in such a way that mere chance could amount for them, then the magical operation was in all likelihood a failure. It is only by applying such a rigid standard that the conditions of success in magic can be separated from the chaff of coincidence. Woolly thinking never contributed to progress in any field, although these considerations apply specifically physical objectives, not to longer-term spiritual goods. Just checking for clue scrolls. Part 3. Crowley set to work on the third part of Book 4 almost immediately, but it would be another decade and a half before he got around to completing it. This book was initially conceived as the standalone book we all know as Magick in Theory and Practice, and it was only later that Crowley began to refer to it as the third part of Book 4. Magick, as Crowley simply called the book, was first dictated by Crowley to Layla in 1912 in Fontainebleau. Instead of fucking, that's not how you pronounce a French word. Southeast of Paris. Crowley redrafted it several times until in 1921 he took it in hand seriously, revised it with Mary Butts in Cefalù, Sicily, where he had established an Abbey of Thelema and a rented farmhouse in 1921 to 1922. As John Simmons once wrote, the Book of Magick is difficult to understand. It is a city within a city, and the key to the gate of the inner city is not supplied with the book. Fuck. In short, Crowley loved to inject cryptic remarks and references to his other works whose meaning was often not always obvious, rather than explaining a subject in simple logical steps. Crowley's attitude was that of a teacher who expected all his pupils to know the basic stuff, and therefore that there was no need to tediously explain it to them again. Symptomatic of this is his footnote to Soror Agatha's prefatory note, printed in a later edition of Part 3, when she took over dictation from Soror Wickham, who had taken dictation from Crowley for Parts 1 and 2. Huh? There's too many people involved. It is amusing to observe that Frater Perdurabo, when he had completed the series of discourses in Part 2, supposed that he had exhausted the subject. Everyone, he thought, would say, "Oh, that's the meaning of the wand, now I understand about the cup." It never occurred to him that there were people who had not done magic. He had only thought that there might be a few who were doing it badly, and then there's like 6 exclamation marks there. The introduction of Part 3 takes a leaf out of Euclid's classic geometry textbook by trying to force the magic in a formal structure, beginning with a postulate, a what now? Followed by 28 theorems, each with its own example or illustration. The introduction is uniquely Crowley, in which he attempts to apply an almost Euclidean rigor to his discussion of magic, deriving the postulate and theorems from his initial definition of magic. Magic is the science and art of causing change to occur in conformity with will. Crowley went on to qualify this with change may be effected by the application of the proper kind and degree of force through the proper medium. He does not define the medium. Did he mean the action of the spirits or something else? This is an issue we will address later in this introduction. How long is this fucking introduction? Crowley's attempt to apply the method of science to magic and widen its definition is commendable, but this leads to a fairly arid and slightly pompous discussion. Bill Hendrick's take on this introduction was that it includes a pseudo-rational exposition of the magical worldview. This will later lead Crowley, in his introduction to the Goetia, into a very materialistic interpretation of demons as parts of the brain, and this view may have been popular when science claimed to be able to reduce everything to physical matter, but was and is, in fact, very far from reality. What's that? Nothing. Okay. Magick in Theory and Practice. In the introduction to Part 3, Crowley strains to redefine magic to make it acceptable to everyone. Acceptable? Including the banker, the pugilist, the poet, the navvy, the grocer, the factory girl. My immediate reaction is that magic has long been a secretive and complex process limited to a few earnest practitioners. More importantly, it's a complicated process that requires real dedication, and is not a hobby to be casually taken up by boxers, typists, and drain diggers. I realize that Crowley, in this introduction, appears to be trumpeting the universality of magic, rather than attempting a serious explanation of magic. Magic for him was more of a philosophical position, the Thelema lifestyle, which might well suit this assorted collection of people. Crowley is advocating an attitudinal change, a throwing off of the many restrictions that Victorian society still placed on men and women, a throwing off of which I heartily concur, but this stance does not fit well with real magical operations like Abramelian, or scrying, or the grimoires. Having realized Crowley understood the difference, I could now reconcile it with my view of magic and move on. As soon as we open Chapter 0, Crowley stops beating the drum and dives into the deep end of the philosophy and cosmology behind magic, with a first Thelemic take on the Egyptian gods, and then a quick look at the Kabbalah. There is no attempt to coax or guide his reader, just a pyrotechnic scattering of technical terms. Although Crowley is still spelling it magic, he has reverted to talking about magic, not the espousing of a philosophical system suitable for the sexual and psyche liberation of all and sundry. I'm so lost. I read this in the hopes that something spicy will inspire me, and not to fully understand every single word. Did that really not reset aggro? Hello? Crabs? God, they really don't give a shit about me right now. Oh, hello. Are you gonna fight me? Just this one? Why? Hang on, let me properly reset. Crabs? Fight me. Why? I went so far away. You should be wanting to fight me. Huh? This is why I need this thing to work. This fucking thing. How am I doing? Okay, I'm nearly at 61. Which I guess is something. Crabs! Crabs! Fight me? Bruh. Why? They should just want to fight me because I'm next to them. Come on. Hopefully it will just sort itself. Maybe. In Magic in Theory and Practice, the division into theory and practice is clearly observable in the division between the 22 theory chapters and the practices outlined in the appendices. It is not immediately obvious, but the main text of this book is the theory, which runs from chapter 0 through to chapter 21. Appendix 1 is effectively a bibliography of general and fictional reading relating to magic, philosophy, and various religions. It also includes a useful listing of Crowley's own works divided up by his Liber number. Appendix 2 is basically a listing of grades plus AA administrative matters. Appendix 3 is a rather strange attempt at explaining the astral plane with philosophical digressions and a few interesting anecdotes, especially one about how Crowley discovered the correct Hebrew spelling of Awas, courtesy of a man whose name was actually Awaz, or Iwaz. Beyond that, from Appendix 4 onwards, is the practice part, although a number of these latter appendices sections still deal with yoga and mysticism. Magic can be read fairly easily with an open mind, an array of footnotes, and an awareness of how it's structured. There are no other books structured in quite the same way, the only exception being Eliphas Levi's Doctrine and Ritual of Transcendental Magic, which uses the same 22-chapter structure, in both cases based on the 22 major arcana of the tarot. In fact, Crowley, who was a great fan of Levy's work, simply copied his 22-chapter arrangement from Levy. Levy, who Crowley often claimed as a past incarnation, died in the same year, 1875, that Crowley was born. Huh. Cool. He was born just 4 months after Levy died. Never occurred to me to think of Crowley as one of my previous incarnations, I still don't, but having been thinking about him a lot while editing this book, it occurred to me to look up the exact dates, and I noticed that I too was born 4 months after Crowley died, but I guess that was just an amusing artifact of fate. That's nuts! That's really cool! A guy Crowley looked up to died 4 months before he was born, and this guy, who's redoing Crowley's work, was born 4 months after Crowley died. What the fuck? The first draft of Magick was completed with the help of Layla Waddell and Fontainebleau in 1912. Crowley revised it with his then current Scarlet Woman, Mary Butts, Soror Roden, in his abbey in Cefalù, Sicily, in 1921 to 1922. His final revision occurred with Gerald York, just before its publication by the Lecrum Press in Paris in 1929. It first appeared in 4 slim red paperback volumes. These were soon trimmed and amalgamated in London into one hardback red-bound volume of 438 plus fucking XXXIV pages, marked as a subscriber's edition. Fuck, I wish I could have some of these books, but no way they're, like, accessible. In some copies of the Signs of Grades, page was tipped in... wait, what? In some copies, the Signs of Grades page was tipped in. What does that mean? See figure 18, page 190. But the others it was missing. The influence of the Golden Dawn is still strongly felt in the Signs of the Grades, the Lesser Banishing Ritual of the Pentagram and Hexagram, and the gestures listed in Liber 5 Vel Reguli, and the tables drawn from Liber 777, which were initially drafted by MacGregor Mathers and later borrowed and expanded by Crowley and Alan Bennett. Other GD touches include the use of Egyptian god forms, scrying, the absorption of the Bornless One, and many other facets of the Golden Dawn practice. What's the absorption of the Bornless One? Hello? Wait, I've got more fucking things to look up. Absorption of the Bornless One. Bornless Ritual, also known as the Preliminary Invocation, is a ritual of Western ceremonial magic. What? What? There's a book called The Bornless One? Comparative study? Containing 5 versions of the ritual with notes and comments thereon. A lengthy introduction, 4 appendices illustrated plus 16 color plates. The fuck does that mean? Copyright 2020? Wait, this is recent? Is this available? Can I have this? Wait, is it in this book? I want this book. Where is it? Give it. Oh shit. The entire thing is just on Internet Archive. The whole 190 pages. But I like physical copies. Give physical copies. Hello? Okay, I have to look more into that later. Where did I get to? I'm lost. Where's the Bornless One? There it is. It is clear that ignoring the introduction, the theory part of part 3 commences with chapter 0, while the practice part commences with appendix 4. thought the crabs had stopped again. Theory. In no way could the strutting bombastic rhetoric of the introduction of Part 3 be considered a careful and useful introduction to Magick, so let us pass by it and proceed to the first chapter, labelled in a truly Kabbalistic manner as Chapter 0. Chapter 0. This chapter jumps right into the deep end with no real introduction at all. I suspect many readers are turned off by the immediate barrage of technical terms. It is almost a test of the reader's endurance. First, the Egyptian elements from the Book of the Law, Nuit, Hedit, and Ra-Kur-Kuit, make a fleeting appearance. The cosmology/theology of the Book of Law is developed more fully in Part 4 in this volume, but as something dropped on the novice reader on page 1 without any warning, it is less than ideal. Fucking Crowley does not give a shit about people reading his books. Then Crowley gives a whistle-stop introduction to the Kabbalah and its key diagram, the Tree of Life, as the Kabbalah is very much part of Magick, forming a theoretical backbone and a ground plan of the magical universe. It comes to a surprise that it is tucked away in an overly large footnote. If a reader wanted to get a better idea of the nature and use of the Tree of Life in a magical context, then there are a number of other and better sources he or she might consult. Hi NC! Chapter 1. This is an explanation of ritual in terms of uniting the microcosm, man, with the macrocosm, the universe. In other words, the invocation of the gods, with an emphasis on the invocation of the personal holy guardian angel, a concept drawn from the book of the sacred magic of Abramelin the Mage via the Golden Dawn. More on invocation follows with reference to the specific formulae which make up the following 6 chapters. Although these formulae are part of ceremonial magic, the application of them to specific rituals is to a large part unique to Crowley. Chapter 2. The first formula relies on the fourfold division of the universe with the reference to the 4 classical elements: fire, air, water, and earth. These are linked with the 4 weapons of the elements made popular by the Golden Dawn: the wand, dagger, cup, and pantacle. What the fuck is a pantacle? And shown in the suits of the tarot, the chapter follows the standard GD attributions. Excuse me, I need to look up what a fucking pantacle is. Pantacle. No, not a pentacle, a pantacle. What is a pantacle? Wait, you're telling me that a pentacle is a weapon? That's not a weapon. There's an image. Fine. I did not study. Well, we're studying magic. You want to study magic? I'm reading a book about magic. Totally real, actual magic. Where'd I get to? Chapter 3. This fourfold elemental classification is followed by the 4-letter Kabbalistic name of God, the Tetragrammaton and its explanation. Chapter 4. The 5-letter god name Elohim, often simply translated as God. Hi, Rion! Only magic I know is RuneScape magic? Well, we're doing both. Actually, I'm not doing magic in RuneScape. I'm RuneScaping and magicking in slightly different ways. Often simply translated as God in the Bible, is acceptably rendered as Alhim by Crowley. He interprets it as a formula of consecration. By contrast, he interprets Alim as a completely different formula, wreathing its meaning in allusions to Yesod, the physical fundament, and disparaging comment about witchcraft. Chapter 5. A much more important formula is that of Iao, which appears on various Gnostic gems, and which, as it is the Greek translation of the name of the Hebrew god, may hide the correct pronunciation of Ihiv? I don't know. The Book of Strawberry. Give me this large fossil, fuck it. These fucking crabs just don't care about me anymore. Why? I'm trying to do academic study on something very important, and these fucking crabs are just messing me up. I don't like it. I don't approve. How have I been doing this for 2 hours already? After 10 minutes in a section, mobs gain tolerance and no longer aggro, so you just gotta jog out and back in. I know, it's annoying. I have a an NPC timer, but it just isn't calibrating, and I can't be fucked to, like, run a million years away and come back. I mean, I did kind of try that, and that didn't work either. It's really annoying. Where the fuck did I get to? Oh, I was trying to pronounce Iviv. Fuck the timer? It's finicky, easier just to feel it out yourself. Yeah. I haven't really had a problem with getting it to work until today. But don't fuck it. Fuck it, but don't fuck it. Crowley links it with the Golden Dawn Egyptian formula of Isis, Apophis, Osiris, a formula of death and resurrection. Crowley attempts a very strained segue from classical Iao to his artificial construction of Vialv, whose numerology makes conveniently equal to 93. Why is that convenient? There's so much talk of like, oh, he wants the numbers to be specific, but what are the numbers for? Yowie! Okay, there's no good magical reason why Iao should be bracketed by 2 Vavs, apart from thereby making the correct numeration. What is it for? What do you need the numbers for? Is it for maths? Are you trying to make... Are you trying to make words mathematical to do your silly formulas? Is that what's happening? Oh, I need more fucking coffee for this nonsense. Hi Luna! How's my favorite femboy? I'm doing pretty good. I'm reading a silly book quite badly, while just vibing and leveling my defense. How are you doing? Fucking crab, come here. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Chapter 6. The formula of the neophyte harks back to the Golden Dawn ceremony of the same name, which Crowley undertook in 1898. The formulae embedded in the ceremony were used in the GD for a number of other almost unrelated purposes, including the consecration of talismans, formulated as the initiation of the talismans. As a method of talisman consecration, this never really caught on, not even in the GD, right? But now that I'm here with you, that's good. Reminds me of Elder Scrolls. Yeah, well, what came first? I think it's this. We're learning the fucking... the ancient shit right now from like over 100 years ago. Much excitement. Evil cackle? Yeah. Chapter 7. Crowley here elaborates on the Holy Graal. I'm not saying that weirdly. It's spelt with 2 A's. Making it the formula of renunciation. What does that mean? As well as the cup that holds the blood of saints, the blood of lost virginity, and the cup that held aloft by the charioteer in his version of the 7th tarot trump. What did I just get? Ooh, level 61, let's go. You have a sneaking suspicion you would have received an easy clue scroll. I have a sneaking suspicion you should shut the fuck up and tell me why I'm not getting it. Why am I not getting it? I meant the leveling defense. Oh. Bro, what? I have a spare inventory slot. And I've been looking at the floor. Why would I have gotten an easy clue scroll? Why did I not get it? Do I need to have, like, something unlocked in order to actually get that drop? Am I not allowed that drop? Wait, am I not allowed that drop? Do I need to have completed some fucking stupid quest in order to be allowed to have it? The easy clue scroll drop rate increases after unlocking the easy combat achievements reward. Okay, but it doesn't matter if the drop rate increases. It says that I should have got one and I didn't. Huh? I don't understand why it's not giving it to me. Well, I've nearly done the... Oh wait, no I haven't. Okay, well maybe the wiki's mistaken and that it doesn't drop unless you have that completed. I don't know. That's really annoying. I want clue scrolls. Clue scrolls are fun. Anyway. Where did I get to? Crowley is keen on summing up a whole magical procedure in just a single word. Abrahadabra is Crowley's tweak of the well-known and ancient magical word abracadabra, which dates back to the 3rd century, tweaked in order to make its numeric value thelemically acceptable, 418. Crowley follows that with a whole range of formulae, which would have been more usefully considered in separate chapters. Vitriol, a planetary formula, Ararita, a god name used in the GD hexagram ritual, Thelema, meaning will, originally from Rabelais, numerating to 93, Agape, an early Christian love ritual. Agape? So, like, is it bad that I became bi after watching you? No, I love that. One of my favorite things is making people question their sexuality. Blah, 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 blah. Various gods such as Abraxas, Chinaubis, Zanaubis, and Maithras. These are all touched upon in just one page, but each could have merited a chapter of its own. This chapter also considers the Hindu Aum, numeration 47, extended to Aumgan, to achieve the numeration 100, supposedly a more perfect number. The separate section considers the magical memory as applied to reincarnation. Chapter 8. This concerns the practical use of balance and the reason why magical equipment should be virgin but also then be further purified and consecrated, an important issue. Chapter 9. The barbarous names in evocation are, on the whole, names of gods, spirits, or demons, and not just nonsense words as often thought. Crowley points out that even if the exact meaning is not known, these names still work. Such words should not be weakly spoken, but should burst from the magician almost despite himself, and be spoken with awe, in the original meaning of that word. Furthermore, they should be recited by heart and not read from a prompt sheet. Oh fuck. Memorizing things. Chapter 10. Of the gestures, positions, and postures used in ritual, including... Fuck off. Circumambulation. Circumambulation. Yeah, what does... What? Knocks or knells and the use of a bell to mark the progress of the ceremony, but also to get the attention of the god being called. Correct positioning inside the temple, also covered, is important for group dramatic rituals, so everything progresses smoothly. Chapter 11, the astral body, or body of light, and its use in another key part of magic. Being able to project it consciously is an important skill or knack for every magician. Crowley explains how it should be used. This also has important considerations for the post-mortem state. Being able to move around on the astral is more immediately useful than relying upon the reports of a scryer. Chapter 12. This chapter is about blood sacrifice, which, as the Bible says, is the only sacrifice that is pleasing to the Lord. The blood, as well as the breath, is the vehicle that carries prana, or life energy. Blood may also be used to aid physical manifestation of spirits in the triangle. Crowley made such an offering of 3 hens in his invocation in Balsada in Tunisia. Damn. Chapter 13. This covers the importance of banishing and sealing the circle of protection before a ritual begins, which cannot be underestimated. Procedures for the purification of the temple space are outlined in this chapter. Chapter 14. It's in Roman numerals. I'm having to convert in my head. Consecration of magical instruments. The effect consecration has on the astral light and the use of the magic link, a topic that is often omitted. Chapter 15. The energized enthusiasm of prayer and its relevance to invocation. Chapter 16. Fucking hell. The relevance of oaths to magic. These are more than just an affirmation of will, but also relate to your charge on the spirit. The oath used to be taken much more seriously in magic in times past. Excuse me, crabs. Chapter 17. The importance of understanding the license to depart in order to safely conclude an evocation. Fucking make them leave. Chapter 18. Developing clairvoyance and various divinatory abilities aided by the Yi King, tarot, and geomancy. This is a chapter in which Crowley is happy writing at great length. He often used the Yi King daily. Chapter 19. The use of dramatic rituals in the invocation of the gods, such as the reenactment by Crowley of the rites of Ulysses, or Eleusis. Wait. That's the name of my OC, but with an E in the front. Is that where my OC's name originated from? Hello? Yeet the King. Or the Yeet King. Proof? Proof of what? Huh? Sorry, the song is kind of a bop. Oh, I wish I had my phone, but it's over there looking at the fish tank. Fuck. I don't know, I was just saying shit. I need to make notes. I need to make fucking notes. Hang on. I need to write a physical note. Page 22. Wait, no, I think it's spelled slightly differently. I'm using S instead of a C. Yeah, they use an S instead of a C. I'll still look into it though. Stuff that's only important to me personally, sorry. Chapter 20, some of the theory which is necessary to understand the Eucharist and transmutation generally. Chapter 21, this chapter finishes with a few of the old chestnuts about black magic and necromancy. There is more material about the astral body which really should have appeared much earlier in chapter 11. Excuse me. I require crab. Thank. Practice. This section ranges from Appendix 4 through to the end of Part 3. Although one might expect this section to consist predominantly of chapters on magic, it in fact does not. Of the 20 libri, only 6 are directly relevant to magic, 5 are on yoga, 6 are magical but predominantly meditative, and 3 are thelemic. It is disappointing that there is not much emphasis placed on invocation and evocation, which were, after all, the centerpieces of magic prior to the late 19th century. The emphasis is on banishing rather than evoking. Cringe! The appendices divide up as follows. Yeah. Magic, Liber Semek, Grimorium Sancticismum, the Star Ruby, the Star Sapphire, Velumanus et Sagittae Subfigura, Pentagram and Hexagram. Ooh. Vel Amorum Subfigura, the 4 magical weapons. Thelemic, the Mass of the Phoenix. Vel Reguli. Ecclesiae, Gnostic Catholicae Canon Mise. Okay, I'm skipping past this fucking Latin list. Upon first reading the practice appendices, the contents look like completely original rituals, certainly the names like Liber Semek, the Star Ruby, the Star Sapphire, and so on do not sound like the names of familiar Golden Dawn rituals, but when you look closer, you'll see that for the most part these are Crowley's recasting of existing rituals. For example, Liber Semek is a reworking of Gracio-Egyptian rite called the Stele of Jeu, or Invocation of Akphalos God. Later, in Appendix 4, we'll see the full history of the passing from a 4th century Gracio-Egyptian invocation, exorcism, and binding rite via the Golden Dawn, its appearance a preface in the Goetia, to its use in Crowley's ritual for the attainment of knowledge and conversion of his holy guardian angel. Grimorum Sanctissimum is actually a variation on a typical grimoire rite, which includes variations on Latin Christian consecrations and benedictions. The Star Ruby is a reworking of the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, with the Hebrew wording translated into Greek, and the cardinal angels replaced by Greek categories with a few twists, such as O Fail, replacing Malkuth. The Star Sapphire is a ritual of the hexagram focusing on Ararita. In Crowley's version, it gives glory not just to the Father, but also to the Mother, Son, Daughter, and Holy Spirit, external and internal, to make a sixfold, sexually all-embracing conclusion that might easily pass a 21st century political correctness test. Fucking hell. Liber Ovel Magnus a Sagittae Subfigura 6 is based upon standard Golden Dawn pentagram and hexagram rituals. Fuck me. Liber Alvel Amorum Subfigura contains consecrations for the 4 elemental magic weapons, very much along GD lines. Liber Rash Vel Helios Subfigura CC gives the 4 daily adorations of the sun, a version of ancient Egyptian practice. The Ecclesiae Gnostic Catholicae Canon Mise was Crowley's reworking of the Catholic Mass. There's not much in there that can be obviously counted as Gnostic, but it's nevertheless an impressive piece of ritual that Crowley thought through in some detail, even in his stage directions are thorough. Stage directions? What is this, a play? Anyways, there's nothing wrong with borrowing and building on earlier work, but it clearly shows that Crowley was part of the ongoing tradition of magic, rather than producing something that was truly revolutionary or completely new. This is reasonable, considering neither the spirits nor gods have changed, and they still respond to the old ways of calling them. Part 4. Part 4 contains the text of and background and commentaries, fucking hell, of the Book of the Law. Even if you accept Crowley's Thelemic cosmology, this book has little obvious relationship with previous 3 books. Even Crowley was initially less than interested in it. However, some 5 years after its reception, Crowley began to look upon the Book of the Law as almost a religious text dictated by a superhuman revelation. As such, it was seen that Crowley is the logical culmination of his years of perseverance with meditation and magic, yet this book is not strictly about magic or even meditation, but it is more Crowley's Thelemic cosmology based on a transmission which focused on one Egyptian funerary marker belonging to a priest of Khonsu, the god of the moon. It is also unstated. The fucking regular words are looking whack to me now. It's also unstated revolution against Christianity, the faith of Crowley's parents. Religious revolution, as well as book writing and publishing, were in Crowley's blood, as Richard Kaczynski wrote. Me sitting here listening to your beautiful voice and trying not to have those thoughts. Hello? Even though I'm talking a load of shit? Maybe I should do, like, ASMR scripts at some point, but what I have is books of bullshit. 4 generations before Aleister Crowley was born, his great-great-grandfather Thomas Crowley rebelled against his parents' religion, self-published his tracts and poetry, and sought to avert the American Revolution by pitching his political schemes to Benjamin Franklin. Thomas was a general merchant who lived in London with his wife and 7 children. As a religious controversialist and political writer, Thomas Crowley penned over 30 books, booklets, and broadsheets, many criticizing his Quaker faith and its opposition to tithes and taxes. Aleister Crowley in turn was a stern critic of his family's Plymouth Brethren faith, a form of strict Protestant Christianity, and he rebelled against it at an early age. In Crowley's eyes, the 3 steps outlined in the first 3 parts of this Book 4, Meditation, Yoga, and Magic, were but a preparation for the 4th part, the revelation of the Book of the Law. On this point, I fail to agree with Crowley, as I see his attempts found in a Thelemic religion, with him as its prophet, a considerable distraction from his studies in magic. In centuries to come, I may be proved wrong, but for the moment the Book of the Law and its commentaries looks to me like a digression into religion rather than a book about magic. At best, it has some amazingly coincidental Kabbalah that probably confirms the existence of independent spiritual entities. At worst, it is just another channeled text. However, it is a fascinating digression, one that was more firmly based on ancient Egyptian 26th dynasty ethos and mythology rather than on either GD or 20th century magic. My own long-running interest in Greco-Egyptian magic is attested to by the years spent working on my PhD, 50% of which was focused on Greco-Egyptian magic. In order to read the associated magical papyri of the first 4 centuries of our era, I was obliged to learn Koine Greek from scratch. I subsequently published that work as a separate book containing a number of well-supported conclusions about Greco-Egyptian magic that no other academic had previously arrived at, because I looked at it from the point of view of its actual practice rather than its social or philosophical setting. I mention that solely to show that I am not unacquainted with either ancient Egyptian religion or its magic. The Book of the Law drew its inspiration from the Egyptian gods who still appeared to be strong presences in Cairo even in 1904. Preeminently Horus, and specifically his form as Ra-Hor-Khuit. The gods Nuit, Hadit, and Ra-Hor-Khuit were the 3 gods which the first 3 chapters were associated. Nuit is the overarching female night sky sparkling with 1,000,000 stars, the first chapter. Hadit is the male infinitely small but puissant point ready to fertilize the Nuit, the second chapter. And the 3rd chapter is associated with the balancing figure of Ra-Hor-Khuit and Hippocrates, the boy god with a side lock of hair and finger to his lips. Yanni, what are you on? Anyone who's read the Book of the Law will agree that it reads in a very disjointed fashion, some of its passages being rather blasphemous, but the most disturbing part of it is not that, but the internal inconsistencies and the disorganized structure. How did I get lost already? I looked like... Huh? Oh, there. It has been said that the Book of the Law is more like an argument or disjointed discussion between 4 or more discarnate entities rather than a consistent delineation of a well-ordered metaphysical or religious system. Crowley left the manuscript of the Book of the Law alone for a number of years, some of the time in a trunk in his attic because he too could not come to terms with it. Over those years, he attempted to write a commentary on it, in fact no less than 5 commentaries, but felt his attempts were very unsatisfactory. In fact, the commentaries on the Book of the Law were never completed to Crowley's satisfaction. However, one typescript was published by Crowley, but with the OTO imprint in 1936 as the Equinox of the Gods, containing the text, a facsimile of the original manuscript, and an explanation on how it came about, and what it is reproduced in to present in Part 4. Huh? What I wouldn't give for someone as cute as you, like, oh my god, well I'm right here. Crowley contrived to see the publication of the Book of the Law as a magical act, something that made significant changes to the outside world. Although he had to fudge the dates a little, he declared the synchronicity between the book's publication dates and the state of the world in the preface to one edition. He claimed that the book had precipitated a war 9 months after each of its main publications. You have to stretch things a bit to include publication dates as parts of the present volume to make this claim stick, but 2 or 3 or more of the dates come close to supporting this statement. So do you or do you not need to learn period-accurate Hebrew to cast the spells? I've yet to figure that out. I'm still in the introduction. I don't know. We can find out together. Over the course of however the fuck long. I have no idea. It's taken me, what, 2 hours to read 26 pages so far? Out of 700 odd? Strap in, yeah. Oh my god. Maybe I should make... Oh, you know what I want? I should have, like, some kind of, like, magic scholarly sort of overlay thing, like a fancy old library or something, where I have, like, a just chatting stream, where I'm just reading through, like, magic books and stuff. And maybe I could do, like, a hand cam with, like, ritual shit. That'd be fun. Strap on your helmets. The publication of Book 4 Part 1 in 1912 before the outbreak of the Balkan Wars in October 1912 and June 1913, which broke up in the Near East. Hi, Worm! Publication of Book 4 Part 2 occurred in September 1913, 9 months before the outbreak of the First World War in July 1914, which broke up the West. Crowley also declared that the ceremonial publication on the winter solstice of 1937, the equinox of the gods, met this requirement as this rebind came out 9 months before the betrayal, which stripped Britain of the last rags of honor, prestige, and security and will break up civilization, then led to the Second World War in 1939. Some enthusiasts have added the publication of the Book of the Law in 1990 by OTO and Magical Child just before the outbreak of the Gulf War in August 1990. Worm and the no good, very bad day, goddamn. Oh no! The fuck is Vomit reading? I'm reading Aleister Crowley's 4 books of Magick. Duh. This is my gigantic... Hang on, let me check the actual page number. 748 page book. Because it's 4 books in one, including this massive ass introduction by the guy editing it together. What? Jesus Christ? No, not Jesus. We don't care about Jesus here. Crowley saw these events as violent harbingers of the establishment of the kingdom of the crowned and conquering child over the whole earth. Like York, who went into some detail over dinner one evening, my feelings about Liber A.L., the Book of the Law, were mixed. He shied away from the spectre of blasphemy in the 3rd chapter. That did not bother me so much. My reservations came from a completely different direction. I accept that the Book of the Law was probably channeled from some of the external entity by Rose Crowley, but with some of the colouring by Crowley himself. Was this communication from a god, or demon, or spirit? I had seen too much of Crowley in the poetry inserted into the Book of the Law to completely dismiss the possibility that it may have come entirely from Crowley's subconscious. Spewers have ruined my life. I'll be back, I gotta take care of something. Okay! See you later, Luna! However, there is no denying that it's a remarkable compilation, and received a unique manner. William Butler Yeats, a poet and competitor as far as Crowley was concerned, had done something similar when he published A Vision, which he had derived from the automatic writing of his wife Georgie Yeats while on their honeymoon in 1917. This was just 13 years after Crowley's wife had provided him with the Book of the Law. In later years, F.P. Sturm said to Yeats that some dead or damned Chaldean mathematicoi have got hold of your wife and they're trying to revive a dead system. In fact, the system received by Georgie Yeats and published in A Vision contained a much more ordered and magical system, dependent upon the 28 lunar mansions, rather than the unstructured Book of the Law, but Yeats never claimed for the apocalyptic qualities that Crowley claimed for the Book of the Law. May have tripped and scuffed my palms and phone almost immediately upon leaving the house. but I did get a discounted big Easter egg from the Tesco. Made myself feel better. So really you could say that I'm winning. Wait. Discounted Easter egg? But it hasn't even been Easter yet. Surely you only get discounted eggs after Easter. What the fuck's going on at your Tesco? Also, I'm sorry about your hands. Ow, my ears! Rion! Let's go! Money, 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 money. The boxes were mushed. Oh, okay. Yeah! Bro just got money. Yeah. Worm brought me luck. Yay! Thank you, Worm, for bringing some good luck. I need more coffee. I've been reading so much bullshit. Where did I go? The similarities are quite striking. Both men were on their honeymoon. Both women had no mediumship training. Both tapped into entities from an ancient civilization. Chaldea for Yeats, Egypt for Crowley. Both received their initial magical training in the Golden Dawn. Both were poets. It's no wonder that Crowley developed a long-running resentment for Yeats, who went on to become internationally recognized poet. Crowley lampooned him as Gates in his novel Moonchild. What did you just get? A pike. What's wrong with that? Don't be mean to the pike. If the mathematicoi were trying to reintroduce a long-dead philosophical system into the modern world, what was the warrior Lord of Thebes, or Iwas, trying to introduce? As Crowley had identified the Book of the Law as the catalyst for several wars in the 20th century, I wondered if I wanted to get involved in propagating a religion much more warlike than even the religion it threatened to replace. Could it be seen as gospel, a message worthy enough to form the basis of a new religion? I'm obviously not a Thelemite, a literal believer in the Liber AL and its message, but as such I thought that maybe I could bring a certain objectiveness to my analysis of the Book of the Law in part 4 of this volume, and therefore I decided I should edit it. Pike after box of gold? My friends got off Helldivers? Aw. You all lonely now? Well, we're here, but we're not. We can't play Helldivers with you. Give me this fossil. Give me this fossil. Thank you. Having made up my mind to go ahead, the first thing that struck me about the book was that it was a concatenation of so many different things arrayed in no particular order. Poetry, prophecy, riddles, instructions for publication, declarations of war, and, in the third chapter, shrieking attacks on the prophets of both Christianity and Islam. Even Crowley saw that these elements were erratically mixed up, and he tried to separate out and identify the various strands in chapter 7 of Genesis of Libri AL, in part 4 of the present volume. Why is everything in part 4? Bully Vomit into playing Warframe again? Who wants to play Helldivers when you can chill with Vomit in his magic hour? You say magic hour, it's been 2.5. I wasn't expecting my defense to take this fucking long. Barry's getting on Warframe. You need levels? What are you leveling? You leveling your, lich weapons? Technicalities. Fucking crabs have de-aggroed again, you little sluts. Crystal woman weapons. I have so many frames in the oven. Give me like 2 days and I'll also need levels. Worm, do you ever make anything other than frames? I suppose you don't like other weapons because they need you to aim. No. What about, creatures? I use Ignis Wraith. I suppose that's true, you do. There are probably other non-aim weapons, but I guess if you're doing liches and stuff, you need to actually cycle them to get the one that you want. Crowley did not pay much attention to the Book of the Law until he rediscovered the manuscript on June 28, 1909. After that, it became increasingly important to him and began to obsess him, distracting him somewhat from his magic, his poetry, his mountain climbing, and other pursuits which he had previously seen as important parts of his destiny. The propagation of the law of Thelema became central to his life. As a philosophy designed to supplement his practice of magic, it made some sense, but as an end in itself, a virtual religion designed in his heart of hearts to supplant Christianity became a handicap. It distracted him from his researches into magic and his other objectives, such as finding a common basis in all world religions. I had agreed to edit Book 4, but initially only parts 1, 2, and 3, leaving the aside commentaries on the Book of the Law. I also realized, as not being part of one of the converted, perhaps my handling of Part 4 would not be sufficiently sympathetic. However, when I looked again into the Equinox of the Gods to see what I was omitting, I began to realize that this was an important piece of the Crowley puzzle that could not really be left out. It was of supreme importance to him, so it has to be important to this book. Been really on Shoggoth recently, that's a lie. I have no idea what Exceltra Prime is. I also don't really know what Exceltra is. It's not Ignis Wraith, that's true. Use Glaive, I like to explode things. I use, oh, the one that came out with Gauss? I know what that one is. That's the, the fuck is it called? The little like, mini rocket launcher thing? It, like, fires loads of little missiles. Let me drop these feathers so I can pick up this casket. There we go. I have Grill's Prime in the oven, though. Oh my god. Greco-Egyptian magic and the reception of the Book of the Law. After getting married at short notice in 1903, Crowley and his new wife Rose were holidaying in Cairo in Egypt when events took a strange turn. Crowley begins to describe the significant events that happened on March 16, 1904. One day, having nothing special to do, I made the preliminary invocation from the Goetia referred to above. I had no more serious purpose than to show her, Rose, the sylphs, as I might have taken her to the theatre. She could not, or refused to, see them, but instead got into a strange state of mind. I never seen her anything like it at all. Never seen her anything at all like it before. She kept on repeating dreamily yet intensely, "They are waiting for you." I was annoyed at her conduct. What Crowley had probably forgotten is that the invocation he was using was not from the Liber Samek, nor was it from the Goetia, nor was it even the Bornless One ritual of the Golden Dawn, nor poetic words of the Goodwin's Greek translation. It was in fact the invocation from the Stele of Jehu, as recorded in a 4th century Greco-Egyptian papyri. Do I hear the rustle of recognition? Yes, it came from a stele, a commemorative tablet or text, just like the Stele of Revealing. And it is here being spoken again in Egypt, albeit in English. It is no wonder that something stirred and whispered Rose Crowley that they were waiting to speak with her husband. There was no likelihood that this invocation would have called the sylphs then or ever. Rocket launder. Little missiles. Now it is a fact that invocations work better on their native soil rather than distant lands because the invocation can make a better connection with the spiritual creatures it was intended to invoke, if it is performed in the original location. I can't explain exactly why, but I have plenty of anecdotal evidence and practical experience that this is so. Fairy folk, for example, are much easier to invoke in the midst of the Scottish glens than in the harsh light of, say, Singapore. Reverting back to Crowley, on the following day, March 17, 1904, Crowley tried again to show her the sylphs. She again got into the same state and repeated her remarks, adding that it is all about the child and all Osiris. On March 18th, Crowley says, "Possibly I repeated the invocation. The record says, revealed that the waiter, the god waiting to speak with Crowley, was Horus, whom I had offended and ought to invoke. How did Oruda, Rose Crowley, know that I had offended Horus? I had never thought of myself as having done so, yet it was true in a sense. The troubles of Mathers were due to his excessive devotion to Mars, who represents one side of the personality of Horus, and no doubt I was inclined to err in the opposite direction, to neglect and dislike Mars in the personification of unintelligent violence. I questions her, how do you know that Horus is telling you all this? Identify him. Aruda knew less Egyptology than 99 Carene tourists out of 100. Her correct answers were overwhelming. The odds against her being right were 1 in many millions. I allowed her to go on. She instructed me how to invoke Horus. The instructions were, from my point of view, pure rubbish. I suggested amending them. She emphatically refused to allow a single detail to be altered. She promised success, whatever that might mean, on Saturday or Sunday. This man just like, doesn't like his wife. I mean, it's not surprising, but still. Like, there's no way she can be right. This fucking bitch doesn't know shit. What the fuck does she mean? I agreed to carry out her instructions, avowedly in order to show her that nothing could happen if you broke all the rules. On some day before March 23rd, Aruda identified the particular god with whom she was in communication from a stele in the book Bulak Museum, which we had never visited, nor in the ordinary form of Horus, but Ra-Hur Kuit, which bore the catalogue number 666. Love me demons, hate me wife, life's good. Uppity wife's getting ideas and thinking, put her in the asylum. On March 20th, the invocation was a startling success. I was told that the equinox of the gods had come, that is, that a new epoch had begun. Aruda now told me to enter the room where all this work had been done, exactly at noon, on April 8th, 9th, and 10th, and write down what I had heard. Rising exactly at 1 o'clock, I did this. This I did. In these 3 hours were written the 3 chapters of the Book of the Law. After I'd read that, and realized what was happening, I was hooked. Here we have Greco-Egyptian stele invocation being done in Egypt, which woke up a version of Horus, which in turn was also connected to another stele, and which Horus was able to steer the medium Aruda to immediately identify as the stele in the Bollock Museum. Bollock Museum? Bowlock Museum? What an appropriate response to an original Greco-Egyptian conjuration, which was never meant for self-calling. Bollock Museum. I'm so shit. The only thing missing from this equation was the Akephalos god, who was the entity that the invocation was originally designed to call. That circle could be closed if a connection could be found between Akephalos god and Iwas, or Ankh-Fun-Khonsu, but that does not seem likely. Crab? Okay. Also impressive that is that the effective invocation was drafted by Aruda, who refused any of Crowley's input, even though, according to Crowley, she knew nothing about magic at this point in time. The ritual was performed on the 20th, and it successfully called Horus, who then specified the appointed time for the full transmission, which, as already mentioned, was set for April 8th to 10th. When the time arrived at midday on April 8th, Crowley implied that he heard and took dictation from a disembodied voice, and that Aruda was not in the room. It's rare to get 3 minutes, never mind 3 hours of direct disembodied voice, no matter what the conditions. Additionally, after the sessions, Aruda was able to make corrections to the text, which would not have been possible if she were not present. These corrections can, in fact, still be seen in the manuscript written in a different hand in a different ink. I would therefore surmise that Crowley, as the great magician, did not want to share this accolade with his wife and simply wrote her out of the scene. A much more likely scenario is that Aruda was sitting behind Crowley in the room all the time, hearing the entities with which she was already in contact, and speaking aloud what she heard. This is why she heard some of the lines more clearly than Crowley. So what we have here is a communication from Egyptian entities, either Iwas or the disembodied priest Ankh-Na-Af-Khonsu, whose death and liberation is recorded on the Stele of Revealing, plus a few other Egyptian gods or spirits transmitted in Egypt as a result of using genuine Greco-Egyptian invocation. I say a few other gods or spirits because there are definitely multiple voices recorded in the manuscript of the Book of the Law. The problem of the apparent changes of speaker and viewpoint throughout the text is one of the main difficulties encountered when attempting to unlock what is actually going on in the Book of the Law. At some points, the switch from prophetic utterances to mundane instructions on how the book should be published strike one as contrived and intrusive, or simply as an afterthought by the dictating entity. No! No! Not new museum day idea. No! No! Why do you do this to me? Oh my god. Crab? Crabs don't want to attack me anymore. Bollocks Museum. No. Right, here we go. Where did I get to? Speaking of the dictating entity, Crowley continued to change his mind about its nature. One of his more extreme conclusions was that Aiwass must have been a god. Aiwass is an intelligence possessed of power and knowledge absolutely beyond human experience, and therefore Aiwass is a being worthy, as the current use of the word allows, as the title of a god. Ye verily amen of a god. And at the other end of the scale, Aiwass could simply have been an eluding spirit, much like those plagued Dr. John Dee's angelic conversations. Crabs are enthralled with your magic talk, yeah. That's why they can't smack me for any damage. Oh man, I love this song. Spirit or Psyche? Crowley systematically had communications with various astral entities, culminating with his reception of the Book of the Law in Cairo 1904, in which he asserted was convincing proof of the existence of independent intelligences with access to a wider range of reality. It is with such entities, gods, angels, demons, daemons, and spirits, that the spirit model of magic is really concerned. Many of the results of magical operations defy explanation if the only contributing factor was the brain of the magician or the limited knowledge of the scryer. In searching for a definition of real magic, a couple of possibilities present themselves. 1. Magic is the product of collaboration between the magician and a god, angel, demon, or spirit who does the magician's bidding, the spirit model. This is very much the explanation prevalent during much of the time up and including the 19th century. The psychological explanation of magic, which bedeviled a large part of 20th century thinking on the subject, dating from Aleister Crowley's infamous statement on his edition of the Goetia, this is the psychological model of magic, or the psyche model. As a result of this, the view of gods, demons, or spirits as independent entities was almost totally lost sight of in the 20th century. Crowley was undecided as to whether he accepted the spirit model of magic, which had been extant since antiquity, or the modern 20th century psyche model of magic, and this indecision shows in his writing. Initially he wanted to go with what he saw as science, albeit a soft science, psychology. Hello? Defense 62, let's go. But the more Crowley encountered the phenomena of magic, the more he participated in scrying and invocation, and the more he moved towards the spirit model of magic, but for his public reading, Crowley had to remain scientific. Crab. In more recent years, even academics have begun to realize what an important issue this is. When academics were previously content to dismiss magic as nonsense, there was no conflict because they did not care how or why it worked. Now they're concerned to examine the background machinery with a little more care. Academics who have begun to take Crowley more seriously include Henrik Bogdan. In a recent book, Bogdan wrote with Martin Starr that Crowley, in his attempt to modernize magic by psychologizing, psychologizing. That's what it says. That doesn't sound right. But that's what it says. And naturalizing it, he came to understand gods, demons, and other entities as part of the psyche, often implying the unconscious. Crowley interpreted the idea of knowledge and conversation with the holy guardian angel, which was central mystical experience for both the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and Crowley's AA, as a union with the unconscious part of the mind. You got it? Thanks. The problem for Crowley was that he also claimed to be the prophet of a new religion, Thelema, as revealed by Praetor-Human Intelligence, called Aiwass in 1904, which he later identified as his own holy guardian angel. As a revealer of a new religion and dispensation for humankind, Aiwass belongs to the realm of spiritual reality as opposed to of being merely an aspect of Crowley's unconscious. AA Alcohol Anonymous? I've forgotten how you're supposed to pronounce it. Because it's like, it's A, and then this funny 3-dot thing, and then A, and then the funny 3-dot thing again. And it means something like Silver Star, or something like that, I think. I don't remember what it actually is. I really should, because I enjoy it. But, fuck. I don't remember what the AA stands for, but it translates to, like, Silver Star. Bum 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 bum. Crowley wanted to have it both ways. He wanted to receive information from some higher source, a new revelation from on high, but he wanted to be seen as scientific. Initially, he was happy to see Aiwass as an independent spiritual creature, or to use his words, a prey to human intelligence. All great religions have claimed inputs either directly from God, Moses, or from an angel, Muhammad, enabling them to claim authority beyond that of this world. That suited Crowley quite well until he wanted to claim more responsibility and credit for the revelation of the Book of the Law. It then became necessary for Crowley to claim that Aiwass was his holy guardian angel, and these two possibilities are not mutually compatible. He seems to not have settled this dilemma at any point in his life. Cardin cites Crowley contradicting himself, telling Frank Bennett, Frater Progradia, that the holy guardian angel is merely our own unconscious, while explaining to Jane Wolfe that the holy guardian angel is a separate being of superhuman intelligence. We are then on the slippery slope which leads from a prey to human intelligence to Aiwass being seen as part of Crowley's unconscious in the role of his holy guardian angel. On the way, Crowley saw Aiwass as the devil, as Baphomet, or as Satan in rapid succession. This is not the behavior of the founder of a religion who wants to be seen as bringing mankind a new and consistent message from an external source, valid for another 2,000 years, not as somebody receiving messages from their own subconscious. Let us put this dilemma more simply. Whatever Crowley thought about Aiwass is that there's a more general and, dare I say it, more important issue. Are there entities invoked by magicians in the past, and even now, external or part of their own mental constitution? For most of his magical workings, Crowley came down on the side of external entity, whether it be Aiwass or one of the spirits communicated via scryer like Almaranth or Abdulliz. Abdulliz? Fuck. But every now and then, Crowley fell back into the scientific psyche model. What Crowley never seemed to grasp is that science was and is still very deficient and out of its depth in non-physical areas like psychology, which is still not a hard science. Spiritually and magic. What level am I? I'm 62, aren't I? How long has it taken me to get, what is that, 3 levels? Fucking nearly 3 hours? Nearly a level an hour, and it's only going to take longer as it takes more XP to get there? Huh. How much longer have I got in this introduction? Do. How am I still in the introduction? How? I just read a chapter heading Sex Magic. That's exciting. Anyway. Anyway. Looks like you have to find some stronger crabs. These are the strongest crabs! As far as I'm aware. Okay, there's less than 10 pages left of the introduction. Maybe I should just finish the introduction and then we can do something else. Because I want to get to the bit about sex magic. Hang on, I'm having another sippy, one sec. Okay. Wrong turns. Not everybody will agree with me, but I feel that despite having a brilliant brain and initially more than an adequate family inheritance, Crowley made several wrong turns over the course of his life. Firstly, he was a Victorian who felt convinced that science, which had shown the Victorians so much in the way of material progress, was the way to go. Initially, he hitched his star to the new science of psychology, believing that it was only a matter of time before psychology would be able to fully explain magic. The first shadowing forth of this, as already noted, was his introduction into the Goetia, which he stated that not only was magic all in the head, but that the spirits and demons were but portions of the human brain. If Crowley were alive now, he would see that his expectation has not played out, and at best, At best, psychology is still a soft science, unable to do more than chart parts of the brain using electric probes on half-awake patients, or explain learning in terms of rats' paths through mazes. He would, however, have enjoyed the classical and alchemical researches of Carl Jung and their associations with racial and cultural archetypes, but both of these lines of psychological research are still a million miles away from being able to actually explain the mind or capture an idea or really cure mental illness, as opposed to medicating the patient, let alone explain complex interactions with angels, demons, or spirits in any meaningful way. Unfortunately, many would-be magicians in the 20th century and later took Crowley at his word and continued to imagine that spirits were only parts of their own subconscious, or worse still, parts of their brain. The result of this is that for them, magic was just applied psychology, not really magic. Those who were satisfied with that explanation of how magic worked simply interpreted events that happened many weeks or months afterwards as proof that their magic had worked. As a result, there has grown up online and elsewhere 2 groups who support either the psychological psyche model or the spirit model of magic. My fucking crabs aren't attacking me again. Come on! Why does it have to be every 10 minutes? I thought it was 20. The spirit model of magic prevailed from ancient times up until the 19th century. With the arrival of the Enlightenment, belief in existence of spirits and angels waned. Psychology as a self-conscious field of experimental study only began in 1879 in Leipzig, Germany, with Wilhelm Wundt just in time for Crowley to embrace the new theories of the structure of the mind propagated by him and later by prophets like someone. Before that, psychology was a subset of philosophy. With the coming of modern psychology, thinkers like Crowley felt a lot more comfortable embracing a science rather than subscribing to apparent leavings of religion. I'm standing in the wrong place. Things began to change in the first 3 decades of the 20th century when Crowley was writing Magick in Theory and Practice. In the course of writing this, Crowley changed his views several times from the hardened materialist to someone who realized that the denizens of the astral world were independent entities and appeared to have access to knowledge that neither he himself nor his scryers knew. This theme was repeatedly played out in the course of writing Book 4, Parts 2 and 3. The most convincing incident, as far as Crowley was concerned, was probably the discovery of not this word again, Calderazzo. During an urgent car journey to the docks in Nepal, his mistress Mary Desti followed clues given to her by the spirit Abuldiz, which took them up a narrow road that they would normally neither have seen nor entered, because it resembled what Mary had seen in a dream. They discovered Villa Calderazzo, overgrown and down an overgrown and unlikely road. On arrival, this rather broken-down villa, Crowley, who was skeptical, saw 2 pencil pines that had been promised by Abuldiz, and realized that the spirit had in fact guided them correctly. However, there was one exceptional spirit communication which happened to Crowley in 1904. I refer, of course, to his reception of the Book of the Law. As he said himself, he put the book aside for a number of years until June 28, 1909, not believing in either the source of inspiration or its message. Crowley solely came to the realization that not all of the book's contents would be accounted for in terms of the contents of his and his wife's subconscious. Then he went to the opposite extreme and began to see it as a special case, transmission of knowledge that had history-shaping dimensions rather than just another spirit contact transmission. The century gap between Mather's work and the modern resurgence in interest in grimoire workings is to a large extent down to Crowley's convincing everyone to adopt the psychological model, and no longer to expect the spectacular results that the spirits can produce. Crowley's introduction into the Goetia expands the psychological model to examine traditional beliefs like obtaining treasure, which according to him should simply be interpreted as your business capacity may be stimulated. That is not magic. It is not even wish fulfillment. Another common magical objective is the destruction of enemies, he explained as follows. Here we come to an interesting fact. It is curious to note that the contrast between the noble means and the apparently vile ends of magical rituals. The latter are disguises for the sublime truths. To destroy our enemies is to realize the illusion of duality, to excite compassion. The fuck are you talking about? Also, what does this man want? Hello? A free potion? I don't have anywhere to put it. I Can I have my free potion? Where's my free potion? Oh, it's because I'm fucking in combat. There we go. That's worth fuck all. Give me my ring back. Anyways, where did I get to? So the vile ends of magical rituals are really disguises for sublime truths, and destroying our enemies amounts to a Buddhist revelation. Such results are indeed weak water compared to what's promised in the grimoires. In fact, this is not how magic works. Anyone who has used it honestly will know that the spirit offices relate to real and rapid physical world results. Nevertheless, surprisingly, Crowley was still wavering between the spirit model and the psyche model. In the very act of publishing the Goetia, a classical spirit model grimoire, Crowley felt obliged to introduce the most extreme version of the psyche model in his introduction. Crap. There were 4 main figures involved in the magical research operating in the 20th century: Crowley, Dion Fortune, Gerald Gardner, and Mathers and the GD, stimulated by the release of its documents, first by Crowley in the Equinox 1910, and then later in a much fuller form in 1937 to 1940 by Israel Regardie. Dion Fortune's early training was as a psychotherapist, and so she followed the psyche model, but enlivened by her real awareness of elementals and the old gods. Her magic, as later embodied in the Society of the Inner Light, concentrated upon polarity magic, as well as modified Golden Dawn practices. Gardner subscribed to the spirit model. Secondly, Crowley often did not finish major magical projects that he had started. The most important of these was the Abramelin operation, which we have seen he abandoned to get married, or on impulse, to Rose Kelly. If he had done the full 6 months and worked his way through the convocation of the spirits, there is no telling what he may have achieved. He never went back to complete it properly. Even when in Mexico, 1901, Crowley had the idea of exploring Dr. John Dee's 30 Aetheris systematically. He abandoned the visions after only 2 Aetheris and had been investigated. To be fair, he did later go back in 1909 and investigate the remaining 28 Aetheris, or is it Aethers, from which he derived solid results, particularly the 8th and 14th Aethers. In my view, Crowley's final unquestioning acceptance of the Book of the Law was possibly Crowley's 3rd wrong turning. He increasingly saw the reception of the Book of the Law as a new dispensation, even a new religion. Internally, Crowley promoted this experience from an interesting spirit... Crowley promoted this experience from an interesting spirit communication to a new religion, the religion of Thelema, a word culled from novels written by Rebellius. The Bible had also had input into this process, as Crowley already had a firm grounding in the New Testament because of his Plymouth Brethren upbringing. His mother, Emily Bertha Crowley, forced the Brethren's fairly extreme form of Protestant Christianity down Crowley's throat. Therefore, when a handful of ancient Egyptian daemons or gods gave Crowley a new script, he decided to commit his life to promoting the law of Thelema. This is, in my opinion, his 3rd wrong turning. I can't speak. I'm running out of words. I'll be fine, because we're nearly at sex magic. In promoting his new religion, the poet in Crowley could not help going overboard. He extends the qualities of Hippocrates and Aiwass in his minister way beyond any reasonable interpretation of either their nature or their function. Sex magic? Yeah, nearly. In his absolute innocence and ignorance, he is the fool. He is the saviour, being the son who shall trample the crocodiles and tigers and avenge his father Osiris. Thus we see him as the great fool of Celtic legend, the pure fool of Act 1 of Parsifal, and, generally speaking, the insane person whose words have always been taken for oracles. These archetypes are completely different and cannot possibly belong to the same entity. If a god is a saviour god, then he cannot also be a trickster fool, and a warrior trampling crocodiles and tigers. Even a slight acquaintance with the Kabbalah would confirm that. This is just Crowley adding as many flattering attributes he can in an effort to make Aiwass, his holy guardian angel, as attractive as possible to himself and to as many people as possible. Had Crowley concentrated on using the experimental method of methodically investigate the abilities and limitations of the spirits, like modern experimenters such as David Rankine, Brian Garnett, or John King IV have done, research in the magic might now have been a lot further ahead, and many of the old methods fully researched and recovered. Meth. Do I risk cooking a random kavat, or do I get Smeeta improvements? Um, so you don't have a Smeeta yet? It's so funny to me because I think Smeeta was like the first one I got. I don't know. How expensive are Smeeta? What are these words? Warframe words. Crowley's relevance now. So what is the relevance of Crowley's work now? Crowley was certainly persistent about the arrival of the hippie generation in the 1960s, which could be seen as a flowering of kingdom of crowned and conquering child. Crowley strove to liberate the world from the stuffy repression of Victorian sexual mores, and he undoubtedly subscribed to the first two parts of the hippie ethos of drugs, sex, and rock and roll. Although rock and roll was not on the table in Crowley's time, drugs and sex certainly were. His Herb Dangerous essay about hashish became a hippie classic. Crowley worked hard to bring Anhelonium Luini to the forefront of an effective psychedelic, even going so far as to commission Park Davis in Detroit to manufacture an extract for his own use and that of his disciples in 1915. It's believed that Crowley even spiked the Kool-Aid passed out to attendees at his series of 7 planetary invocations held at 1910 in Caxton Hall in London. Not a fucking chance Kool-Aid was a thing in 1910. Fuck off. Halloumi? Wait, halloumi? Did I say halloumi? When did I say halloumi? When was Kool-Aid oh, I'm gonna put invented, but that's a stupid way to put that. When was 1927? Come on. What? What is Kool-Aid from the 1920s? Its predecessor was a liquid concentrate called Fruit Smack. What? Fruit Smack? Does Fruit Smack then become Fruit Punch? Is that where punch comes from? Smack me with your fruit, Mr. Worm. Fruit Smack. I'm fucking losing it. Crowley always sends me off into some kind of wacky frenzy. Crowley realized, as did the psychonauts of the 1960s, that drugs can be a window into parts of the astral, or heaven and hell, as Aldous Huxley put it. But that aim was not something that academic psychology felt comfortable with, as Tim Leary and Richard Alpert discovered when they were both fired from Harvard in 1962. It's already remarked, Crowley's attitude to drugs helped propel the hippie revival of the 1960s. His Chancery Lane formula was then still being quoted. This formula, which he developed while living in a flat at 6769 Chancery Lane, London, stated that if after half an hour a drug had no perceptible effect, then the subsequent dose should be twice that of the first dose, and so on, until an effect was achieved. Oh my god. Just keep doubling your dose until you get an effect. I'm trying to make a Smeeta. Should I gamble on genetic codes to maybe get a Smeeta, or get Smeeta imprints from the market? Just get a Smeeta. Just buy it. We're now onto the section called Sex Magic. Let's go. Crowley's bisexuality and predatory attitude to sex no longer has the scandalous impact that it may have had during his lifetime, but his application of sex to magic still has traction. Tantric cult— No, not Tantric! No, not Tantric! No! This is a whole nother fucking wormhole we can go down. Wormhole? Rabbit hole. Fucking whatever. Oh, tantric cults have always understood the proximity of sexuality and spirituality. That knowledge has reached Crowley via several channels. Crowley undoubtedly read Ulysses, the knowledge of history, Ulysses, the history of love, which provided the seed ideas about sex magic, which were later embraced by Crowley in the OTO. Ulysses was written by the doctor and occultist Pascal Beverly Randolph. Randolph founded the Fraternitas Rosicrucis, FRC, which was probably the first Rosicrucian group in the USA. Given his influence on Crowley, it's a wonder that Randolph's name did not later appear in the list of saints in Crowley's Gnostic Mass. Randolph spent a lot of his time traveling the world beyond the USA, where he was born, including England, Egypt, Palestine, Turkey, during which he met with such luminaries as Kenneth R.H. Mackenzie, Edward Bulwer Lytton, Hargrave Jennings, who wrote about the Rosicrucians, and Eliphas Levi. It seems highly likely that Randolph picked up his ideas about the link between sex and spirituality in India, or at least from the ideas emanating from there. This was the spark that lit the fuse of sex magic in Western culture. Wait, what? What have I missed? Wormhole. Wormhole. What are you thinking about my hole? Sex magic, sex magic? Yeah, but as long as it's not tantric sex. Tantric sex is fucking stupid. We could spend, like, days talking about tantric sex. I remember going off on this, tangent with friends before. We were actually planning to go to a tantric sex, like, seminar thing together, but it was really fucking expensive, so we were like, no, okay, let's not. Please explain tantric sex to the class. Okay, in essence, you have sex with someone by just sitting there and looking at each other. Can't believe I didn't know about this. This was ages ago. Really? Yeah, something like that. Would have loved to go to that seminar. I know, right? We were so fucking up for that. It would have been so fucking funny, but it was really expensive. Seminar. It's boring. Yeah. There's a lot more to it, but basically it's like no contact sex. I think maybe you can like hold hands or like something. I don't know, but it's mostly just looking at each other. Wait, maybe I can find like a quick definition of it. Hang on. Oops, sorry, I bonked my mic with the book. Tantric sex definition. Wait, what the fuck? Medicalnewstoday.com is what I've entered. Okay. Tantric sex is a meditative form of sex. The aim is to be present in the moment to achieve a sensual and fulfilling sexual experience. This isn't concise enough. Tantric sex or sexual yoga refers to a range of practices in Hindu and Buddhist Tantra that utilize sexuality in a ritual or yogic context. Tantric sex is associated with antinomian or elements such as the consumption of alcohol and the offerings of substances like meat to deities. Wait. This is not what I remember. This is not what I remember. What? When I went down a YouTube rabbit hole, this was not what they were talking about. It's a meditative intimacy practice rooted in spirituality with no specific end goal other than a deep connection between partners. That's what I was thinking of. Nothing like fucking offerings to deities. Is it that shit where the girl comes from the dude's magic powers? Is it the same thing as that, or is it something else? Maybe? God, this was so long ago when I looked into this. I did say I'd be down to try anything once. Kind of assumed it's just a fancy way of saying wank together. No! Like, you don't touch yourself either, you just sit there. Anti-gnomes. Fuck gnomes, but don't fuck gnomes. Super boring, what's the point? I know, right? It's dumb. Which is why we wanted to go to the seminar. Bro, what do? You just, like... Literally, you just, like, look into each other's eyes and that's it. You just stare at each other, thinking about fucking. Something like that, yeah. You do the fuck eyes for 15 minutes. Yeah, more or less. That's what I sort of understood it as. Right, where am I? Another popular practice of the time which Crowley must have been aware of was Kareza, which involved the retention of the semen at the time of climax. Hello? This was promoted by family planning advocates as well as occultists, among others. What? What? Edging? What? I love this part of the book. Yo, me too. The best-known source of Crowley's sex magic, however, was his introduction to the OTO. In 1912, Crowley was visited by Theodore Roos, who accused him of revealing the secrets of the sex magic of the IX of the OTO in the Star Sapphire, see Appendix 6, ritual in his recently printed Book of Lies. Crowley subsequently joined the OTO and was made its head for the UK. Later, he was appointed world head and rewrote much of their rituals. The OTO still flourishes today, and is a continuing part of Crowley's legacy. Oh shit, I need to look into this as well now. Is it edging or is it pinching the dick close so the cum can't leave? I don't know which one is funnier. I don't know, man. Hang on. Right, okay. I've got that written down now. That would be painful? Well, yeah, but I don't know, man. I feel like it's just edging. Perhaps the most amusing connection between Crowley and sex magic involved David Cohen. David was the author of In Pursuit of Gold, which he wrote under the pseudonym of Lepidus, which I helped to edit for the publication in 1976. In September 1944, David Cohen wrote to Crowley, initiating a correspondence that lasted for several years. Crowley initially tried to get Cohen interested in joining the OTO. Crowley was keen to charge Cohen a sizable fee for that initiation. Cohen paid it, but did not feel that he got good value for the fee. A little later, in the course of conversation, Cohen intimated that he was privy to some real secrets of tantric magic, which he had learned from a South Indian guru. The guru had a well-established group which even provided written correspondence courses in these techniques in India. Cohen effectively turned the tables, and Crowley finished up asking Cohen to teach him Tantra. Does this mean that teach him Tantra, were they fucking? It's not about what would be painful. It's, what's this about? Yep. What is this about? Who knows? In an effort to work out how effective Crowley's operations of sex magic actually were, I did a survey of his Rex des Arts Regia diaries of 1914 to 1918 and discovered that out of a total of 309 operations recorded, the largest number, 48, were for bringing in money, followed by praise for the Lord or for Pan, 40, relations with other people, primarily potential sexual conquest, 22, literary success, 18, sexual stamina, 17, wisdom, 16, promulgation of the law of Thelema, 16, magical energy, 12, physical strength, 12, and so on. The success or otherwise of most of these operations cannot be easily objectively gauged, such as praise for the Lord or Pan, or are mostly subjective, wisdom, sexual stamina, but one, money, can easily be measured. In the event, most of these operations only resulted in small amounts of money, enough to keep the pot boiling or nothing at all. Nevertheless, after Reyes' visit and Cohen's introduction, Crowley successfully developed these practices over the next few decades and gained a reputation as a sex magician. a reputation that survives until today. Crowley would have been pleased that the OTO has spread Thelema to a membership that at one time reputedly totaled over 4,000, but he would undoubtedly be disappointed that after the passage of a century it is not considerably more. Aww. Vomit, they weren't fucking. That's the point of Tantra, surely. Well, okay. I don't know if they were doing the fucking weird meditation shit or if they were actually fucking. Sex magician, that's crazy. Wish I could have the job of sex magician. Well, it sounds like he wasn't making a lot of money from it, so I don't know. I don't know, man. Fuck, am I nearly there? I think I'm nearly done. Yeah, I got 2 more pages. Magic in the 21st century. It is only after the only over the last 3 decades that most of the core texts of Magic have been transcribed, translated, and published by myself, David Rakeen, Joseph Peterson, and others, enabling serious experimental research to be done. Mather started this trend with the transcription and translation of the Key of Solomon, Ars Almadel, Abramelin, and the Goetia a century ago. Had Crowley continued it after his initial publication of Mather's Goetia, we might have been much further down that road. I don't want to do that. Crowley was very intelligent, and he applied this intelligence in order to rehabilitate magic. As he says in the introduction to Part 3, he wanted to make magic accessible. He could have used this intellectual brilliance to make a serious mark in many different subjects, but he chose instead one of the most difficult. Difficult because few people had mastered magic in the century in which he lived. Difficult because by the 20th century, few people even believed in its existence, except maybe as black magic. He thought about making a career out of chess, but realized that he might not have risen above the level of a very skilled amateur. Crowley could have definitely made a career out of writing, but his choice of subject quite often turned off the editors he needed to convince to publish his work. He read widely and inwardly reconciled in many traditions of both religion and magic. He was a fearless climber, climbing the chalky and friable cliffs of Beachy Head with equal equanimity as the ice cliffs of the Baltoro Glacier. In Asia, he readily reflected the Englishman abroad, adopting an immediate stance of superiority with local people. Having said that, he was quite able to get stripped down to the waist or naked, practicing the yoga that he learned in Ceylon. Hello? Blowgob head? Hello? The cat is cooking. Why are you catting the cook? I mean cooking the cat. Need a cat, gotta cook the cat. Oh, you mean in Warframe, right. I forgot. Crowley's appreciation of beautiful books, which he had collected ever since his undergraduate days, resulted in him publishing his own books as collector's editions. Just think of this beautiful Book of Thoth, resulting in his limited editions being preserved for posterity as much for their form as for their content. Crowley's ongoing influence cannot be underestimated, and his contribution extended well beyond magic, the OTO, modern sexual liberation, the hippie movement, and the boom in drug use. What's that? Ooh, a newbie! A Murex shellfish. Very cool. Bird bitch? Huh? I'm lost now. He also contributed to the creation of Wicca, supplying some rituals to Gerard Gardner, a movement which now numbers probably in the hundreds of thousands. His ideas also influenced Ron L. Hubbard in his religion of Scientology. Oh my god. Let's not. Thoth? Brain game token. Thoth is a wise fuck. Alright. Last but not least, Crowley's greatest legacy is probably Thelema, a religion which encourages every one of us mortals to steer their own path throughout the heavens, doing that which we were meant to do, neither interfering with the true will of others, nor neglecting our own, nor attempting to convert others to our way of thinking. As I wrote in 1996, Crowley dared madness, delusion, demons, and drugs to storm the portals of heaven by the back door or any other methods of ingress. If he failed, it was not want for trying. But did he fail? I don't think so. As for the future, I am sure Perdurabo's contribution will endure for time to come. The back door, just need to fish up the crane game. Thoth is the Egyptian god of wisdom. He has a bird's head. Oh! Editorial notes. In this volume, I've concentrated on just the 4 core texts of Book 4 as they were first published, with my additional comments, elucidation, and notes. Book Liber titles have been regularized and set in italics rather than being left within the double quotation marks. Liber numbering has been left in the Roman form rather than being converted to the more familiar Arabic numeration to preserve backwards compatibility. Whoa-hey! But Arabic equivalences have been added to the listing of all Libri in Appendix 1, Section 3. This listing has also been enlarged with the number of cross-references. The numbering of equinox issues has also been standardized as 2 Roman numbers, volume and issue, equinox 1 and 4, to prevent confusions introduced when the numbering system went beyond volume 1 and a single number of identification became ambiguous. In the first editions, many sentences were printed in bold to stress certain points. In this edition, I have retained this, as Crowley certainly would have wanted, even though it now looks a little strange. All footnotes in the introduction are mine, all footnotes marked ED in the body of text. Any other unattributed footnotes are Crowley's. Hebrew and Greek, which were sparse in the first edition, have been inserted where helpful. The appendices were in no particular order, being simply in the order that Crowley and York supplied typescripts to the printer. I have accordingly moved 2 Libri, Liber Ovel, Manus et Sagittae, and Liber L. Amormum, fish, that contain ritual or ritual equipment from Appendix 7, Principle and Instructions, to Appendix 6, Principal Rituals. This results in Libri of the same type, be they ritual, thelemic, yoga, meditational, or magic, being grouped together with their own type. A Crowley chronology has been added following this introduction to help readers follow the many complex meanderings of Crowley's fascinating, full, and fruitful life, a life well lived. Why do you have so many vapes? Fish them all up from the bottom of this lake? Why is everyone throwing their vapes in the bottom of the lake? Okay, that's enough Crowley for today. I've read quite enough. What did I get to? Page fucking 44. 3.5 hours of shit. But we did get to learn about sex magic and remind me that tantric sex is a thing. So hooray! Right, I just need to make sure I can actually connect Fishcam up again. Hey, okay. Because I was using the program I use for Fishcam for the webcam instead. But we're good, we're good. My tantric sex stream when? Oh my god. I think that would be safe for Twitch. I think we have to be in the same room. But I suppose in a sense I am in your room. Let's have tantric sex! That's how you know it's real sex. Fuck, man. Right. I'm gonna finish killing this crab. I'm gonna TP away. And then it's piss break time. So cool. I hate that emote so much. Oh, you have a sneaking suspicion you would have received an easy clue scroll. He's cute? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Right, I'm going. Whee! Oh, now my stupid fucking squares are here. Now my stupid fucking squares. And my little timer doodad. Just when I'm not using it anymore. Fucking load of piss. There's a visual bug that lets you see what your pet will look like when it's supposed to be cooking. Oh! Is this a good thing, or... Mine looks like a raw chicken dipped in hot Cheeto dust. Are you cooking your pets? How else are they supposed to get big? That's a lot of shit. Is any of it worth money? No. Great. Great. Bonk. Oh, you know what I want to do real quick? Right, so caskets are worth 885, but I like to gamble. I lost. I lost. What is all this stuff? Is any of this worth having? I don't think so. Cringe. It's only 15 plat to rush this car. Should I rush the cat? You should rush it. Always with this octagon-looking goofy-ass room, man, I can't. This is the fucking trade hub. Bro. Also, Jay, you missed all of the, like, numerical word nonsense. I was, like, reading stuff for so long, and there was a bunch of shit to do with, like, words having a numerical value. You missed it. You missed all of the sex magic. Numerical word nonsense. Yeah. Anyways, I need to go piss. One for the VOD frogs, I suppose. It's got poop smeared all down its front. Worm, you better fucking post a screenshot and stream stuff. Most disgusting cat I've ever seen. Got like 20% of the talk, and it was tantric sex and numerical value. Yeah, that's like all it was. Also, Worm, don't you have a cat skin? Do you not have anything you can replace the image of your cat with? Bro, I missed tantric sex talk? Yeah, sorry, dude. Okay, anyways. I need to feed the fishies. So I will be right back. Yo, I was gonna like have a drink and maybe a snack, but then I read what you guys have been doing in the Discord to name this fuck ass cat. Fruit Burst, Whooper, Binkle's Shit Stains, which I love. Scared the fuck out of me, Soz. Binker de Poo Poo and John Poo Poo. I don't remember who John Poo Poo was. Who was John Poo Poo? What was the context? I know it was Witcher, but like, who was it actually? But also, John Poo Poo is a fantastic name. There was a guy called... Oh no, it was Doo-Doo! It was Doo-Doo! Bro, yeah, John Poo Poo is a fucking fantastic name. I don't think I can top that. I'm like terrible at naming in general. Roach. Right, what am I doing? I still need more defense XP. Let's see what see what quests give me defense XP. I can do this one. Was there a reason why I didn't do this one? Was it hard? Maybe it's fine. I think it was just kind of long and I was tired, so I didn't do it. And then he was all like, Gerald, it's me, Johnny Poop, don't kill me, God. John Doodle or John Poo Poo? No, John Poo Poo. I'm hard. I smell a tiramisu crumb on me shirt, now it's sticky. Can your dick act like a dowsing rod? To which name I should use? I'm telling you, fucking John Poo Poo. That's all you should need. And I'm fucking questing. Oh fuck, hang on. I got loads of shit equipment I don't want to wear right now. Okay. Level 75 to 125. Okay. Where's my pickaxe? Here. 4 gold bars. 1 hammer. Why have I only got 3 gold bars? You fucker, I clicked on that 4 times. 4 gold bars. 1 ammo mold. Ammo mold. 1,000 coins for traveling. You're telling me what my water bottle is overdue. How do I teleport to Ice Mountain? What's that? I don't know. I guess the best I got is Falador? Or... I don't think I have a TP to Birth Orb. Or I guess Edgeville, and then just go mate. Right, when do I have to hurt something? Okay, I won't bother bringing my gear with me yet because that'll take too long. No! Why are you clipping mean things? Once you chill, you just can't splelel. You guys are mean. Don't be mean to me. I didn't do that? Uh-huh. Okay. Well, I hope you get another fucking crane game token next time you fish, bitch. I refuse, I'm a hater. Mr. Worm did it. Just because Worm did it doesn't mean you didn't laugh at me. That's too fucking far. He's worse as an adult. Wait, that wasn't your fully grown cat? Please post an image. I want to see this nasty creature. He was a baby? Oh dear. I've not wished that on my worst enemy, Mr. Streamer. I was laughing at that. I hope you get a crane game token. No love for the vomit? I know, right? He looks almost cute as a baby in comparison. Oh god. I'm on the wrong mountain. Where am I? Am I? Oh, I shouldn't be on the mountain. Where am I supposed to be? Huh? Oh! Over there? Well, fuck me, I guess. I hope you have to use a
Strawberry! Quick, get me out of here! I'm choking!
Hi, Kisa. I hope you have to use a whisk as a spoon next time you get soup. I don't eat soup. I don't like soup. I don't like hot liquids. Like hot savory liquids, I should specify. I think I just took a 2-hour nap. You good? You feel alright now? Or are you a bit scrungy? Thanks for that. One of those where you wake up parched and groggy as hell, but I got food and water. That's nice. I'm glad you're at least, you know, sorting yourself out. It was a psycho piano situation. Hello. Oh. Splendid. Wait, how do I get over there? Huh? Do I have to go all the way round? Oh, fuck off. Bro, how was I so warm while I was reading that book, and now I'm freezing to death? The power of Crowley, like, get me all hot and flustered. New cat image dropped? Oh, let's fucking go. Oh! Oh no! Why is its face melted? It's got melty face! It had like big ears when it was a baby, and now it's just gone all melty and gross. Horrible. Why John Poo Poo, what chickeny legs you have? Oh. Hello. What? I said hello. Hello. Why are you firing a cannon on a wall? It's not a wall, it's a rock. What's the difference? It's a very special rock. I still don't quite follow. Oh, for Guthic's sake, it's perfectly simple. See that rock over there? It's impenetrable. Have you tried taking a pickaxe to it? Of course I have. I'm holding this rune pickaxe, aren't I? We've been trying to mine through it for years. Well, I don't see anyone else. Well, I'm the only one left. All the others gave up. Said it wasn't worth their while anymore. Wouldn't have a good return profit on their time investment. At first we thought there might be a huge treasure behind the rock, you see. Isn't there? Until we had a look further down the stream and around the rock. No, there's no treasure there. Just a dead end. Okay, so why are you trying to get through the rock again? Because obviously there are vast deposits of minerals inside the rock. And if not, I want to harness the extreme hardness of the rock itself. The only problem is that I've run out of ideas on how to do it. Perhaps a young adventurer like you is willing to help out an old dwarf like me? Want to find out what's inside the rock? Sure! Think it's about time to flambe it? Flambe the cat? He's grown up now. Call him Jonathan Feces. Welcome aboard. Great, what am I doing? Talk to the Dwarven engineer in West Keldegrim. Where in the fuck? Huh? Wait, what? Oh, just down there. Okay. Why did his ears do that? Melty. You left him in the oven too long. They look like they wilted. We'll give him some water. Fucking dwarf business. Shrinky dink as is. Do you know anything about this rock in the mines? Now what rock would that be exactly? The big rock in the mines to the south with an old dwarf standing beside it? Ah, Don's rock, right? Oh yes, I think so. Do you know what it's made of? No, no one knows. No one here anyway. The only one I can think of is Rolad, sorry, not Rolled. A renowned scholar. He was part of Don Dakin's team once, many years ago. Where can I find him? He left to explore the world, learning by experience, or so he said. Me, I prefer a cold stout at home, but it takes all sorts. Rold mentioned aid incoming. Jay, you weren't here. There was aid. Aid was mentioned the other day. I think he's currently with the Black Guard at Ice Mountain. Thanks. Great. Let's go. You're for real sick. It wasn't a lot. It was like a couple mercenaries, but still, better than nothing, isn't it? Better than nothing. Rocks in a mine? Absurd. I just don't believe it. Not for 1 second. If you said pebbles, I'd believe it. And they call this a mine. A mine! I fucking told you, botch asses, that Roll would send aid. I fucking said. And you were all like, the moonbeam accords mean he can't send aid. What? Moonbeam, is this Subnautica shit? Wait, when is there a Moonbeam in Subnautica? Am I dumb? Excuse me, would you happen to be Roland the Scholar? Why yes, I think so. Who's asking? Vomit, and I've come to ask you about a rock. You're awfully tall for a dwarf, you know, Vomit. And a rock, you say? Suppose I know a fair bit about rocks, yes. It's this rock that Don Darkin is trying to break open. You know Don Darkin, right? Oh, old Don Darkin, sure, I know him. I know his rock, too. That unbreakable one, isn't it? Yeah, that's the one. What can you tell me about it? Well, as a matter of fact, I picked up an interesting book on one of my travels from quite out of the way in a dwarven outpost. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems to describe this very rock and how it came to be placed in that cavern. I tore out most interesting pages for more detailed perusal. Let me get them for you. Tearing pages out of a book. You're a fucking asshole. I guess the only time moonbeams have been mentioned elsewhere, Subnautica, no other time I'm sure. Sun is literally the exact opposite of moon. So ironically, I was super close. Huh? What's wrong? I seem to have misplaced the pages. A pity. I'd wanted to study them some more. Oh well. What? No, I need that book. Oh well, if it's that important to you, perhaps you can go and look for the pages. There should be 3 of them. Where should I start looking? Probably lost them in the mines below. I don't have them up here in any case. What, in the mining guild? No, I never go there. I'm not a member, you know. But I sometimes go down to regular mines to study the conditions of the working dwarf. Okay, thanks. I'll go look for the pages. What the fuck? Sunbeam is in Subnautica, not Moonbeam. Oh. I have played Subnautica, but I don't remember what anything was called. Although I know there's the Sea Moth and the Cyclops because of watching Kip play. Moon big in sky. Why at dark time? Sometime circle and sometime funny non-circle. Sometime no moon. Why happen? Fucking ogre-ass questions. CEO goes down to observe the slaves, employees in his spare time. You remember the lava? Stop. Stop. I do remember the lava because you won't let me forget. A page. Great. Attack Scorpion. Smack. We must sacrifice pig for this occasion. Don't know about the lava, please enlighten me. Don't! Right, there we go. Pages. Vomit punched a lava into a cloud of blood. By accident. By accident. Look, I found all of your missing pages. Missing pages? Yes, the missing pages out of that book we were talking about earlier. Oh yes, quite right. Let me see them then, please. I'll put the book back together for you. There you go. You will give it back when you finish with it, won't you? I'd really like to study it in more detail sometime. Yeah. When I finish with it, I'll give it back to you. Yeah. Splendid. Now there's a good dwarf. Okay. Read the entire Dwarven lore book? Hello? I can pretend to read it. Ooh. An image. Sion's man say moon move sea. He fucking stupid. Moon in sky and sea at beach. Duh. You could inhale the lava. That's how hard he punched that little bitch. By accident. Right. Lord Poseidon move sea. Sea bubble and shout at me when sea hit beach. Why am I so fucking cold? What'd you get? A turtle! Okay, I do have a couple cat skins. There you go. But I don't think I can do it. Oh, do you want to keep fucking Johnny Shitface? Why have you skinned cats? Other people have to see how horrific this bitch is. They're just gonna think you're poor. Like, oh, look at this guy who's too poor to have, like, a nice-looking cat. He's got this horrible little cretin instead. Rolad gave me a book that was quite interesting to read. I think I know what's inside it. What? What? Tell me. Well, a demonic spirit, for one. A what? A demonic spirit, and apparently inside of the rock is lined with gold. Gold? Did you say gold? Yes, and gold, I knew it. I struck gold. I'm set for life. What's left of it, anyway? Now tell me, how do I break open the rock? Sorry, the book doesn't say. It doesn't seem to be particularly concerned with actually breaking open the rock. You see, the demonic spirit is being kept inside it. Yes, yes, I heard you the first time. Well, we're not very much closer to a solution then, are we? Use gold bar on, man. You want to make a golden cannonball? You know, apart from being heavy, it's also very soft. It'd be a pointless waste. Well, the book does say that there's gold inside the rock, so I thought perhaps gold can damage it as well. I suppose you have a point there. Tell you what, if you make a golden cannonball and give it to me, I'll fire it at the rock. Where can I find a furnace? Easily. Not here. The cat reminds me of Cataclysm, if you know that cat. Huh? Cat's so horrific it brings the literal end of the world to mind. Huh? Linked a video about it in the Discord. Huh? Cats. Mama. Do I want just one? Yeah, I want just one gold cannonball. I don't want to make 4. That would be a waste. Oh, what? Furnace. Make a golden cannonball. Yes. Please only make 1. Okay. I don't know why I did that. I could have just gone to the fairy ring that I came in on. God's gift was this shit, we're fucked. Thanks God. I've done too much reading today, I've used up all my oxygen. I have that golden cannonball you asked me to make. That's an amazing looking cannonball. Are you sure you want me to fire it at the rock? It's going to make a nasty dent in it. In the cannonball, that is. Yeah. Breaks my heart to ruin such a fine piece of crafting, but it's your gold. Alright, let's load it up. Go, cannonball! Bonk. Did you see that? Cannonball went right through it. I don't believe it. All this time I've been spending all my gold on opening the rock. Could have just thrown it at it. But the rock didn't actually break, did it? A pike? No, it seemed more like it gave way for a second. That's interesting. So how does this help us? Why, I'll just shoot you through it. So you can have a look, won't I? Shoot me through it? What exactly do you mean? Very simple. I have to make a few modifications to my cannon so that it can fire a human, and you'll need a golden helmet, of course. Then I'll fire you at the rock so you can do a little reconnaissance. Don't worry, you should land safely on the other side of the rock. Might want to pick up that cannonball again while you're at it. But what if I bump into that demon, the one from the book? Don't be silly now, it's just a rock. Just a rock with lots of gold in it. Wait, I'm not doing it yet because I need the gold helmet first. Wait. You want to fire me at the rock? Just to see what's inside. To see if all that gold is really embedded inside it. Are you sure that it's safe? No, but then we'll never know until we've tried, right? Can't argue with that. Shoot me in. Well, it's not simple. Like I said, I need to make some modifications to my cannon. They're not really designed to fire humans, you know. Oh, I'll wait here until you've made them. Don't really know how actually. I've never been much of an engineer. If I had the right schematics for it, I could probably work with that, but I don't. Okay, so you want me to look for the schematics for you? Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Here, I have parts of the schematics sent to me by some prankster dwarf. Don't even remember his name. You'll have to find the rest on your own. Oh, and you'll also need a golden helmet, of course. Would hurt quite a bit otherwise. Would a gold-plated helmet do? No, it has to be a helmet made out of solid gold. Gold-plated helmets contain so little actual gold, it would be a bit dangerous. Unless you want to die when I shoot you with the rock. No, I'll get you a helmet made out of solid gold. Although it'd be a horrendously heavy thing to actually wear. Yes, well, get going now, why don't you? I'll guard the cannon while you're away. That's what I thought you'd say. I could get the Hieka Furless pattern and keep the testicle look, hell yeah. Oh, what are you talking about? Did that work? What? Oh, look, I'm reading. Okay, well, I'll go talk to that fucking engineer guy, shall I? Never stops with these people. Can't have a minute's rest. Helmets, this gold, that. Ugh. Ow, my ankle just clicked. I'm dying. Where am I supposed to go? Was it this guy? No, don't attack, dwarf. I wish it would fix. Oh, here we go. Turn out the page. Yeah, why not? Right. There we go. I like Vampire Cat. Me too. Vampire. Right, I'm sipping coffee. Hang on. Okay, sipping coffee ended up being finishing my coffee, but that's fine. Do you have any schematics related to the Dwarven multi-cannon? Why, what do you need them for? Ah, so you do! Don Dakin needs schematics to modify his multi-cannon, to fire a human, you see. And you'd be the test subject, I mean the cannonball. Yeah, I suppose so. That what I would like to see. Here, take this. Korvac sent it to me from White Wolf Mountain, kind of as a joke. It's incomplete, of course, doesn't mean anything without the other parts. Always a laugh, that Korvac, shooting humans out of cannons. Thanks, I suppose. Smith. Golden helmet. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Alright. Talk to Korvac. White Wolfo Mountain. We can do BLR, I guess. I'm out of run energy again. Boo. What is this fucking vampire house? What the fuck? How do I... Oh shit, I'm going the wrong way. All this for a little bit of defense XP. Instead of just smacking crabs. Rainbow Kitchlid. I never know how to pronounce that. Who's it? Kitchlid. Kitchlid. I accidentally filed my nails like really fucking sharp and I keep hurting myself with them. I'm looking for schematics to modify the Dwarven multi-cannon to fire a human. Can you help? Yeah, I have just the thing. Been working on this design for quite a while now. Never got to test it. Love to see it shoot a real human. Can you give them to me? I'd be willing to try the experiment. Oh, sure, sure. I've only got one part left, though. I gave all the other parts away. Who'd you give them to? How should I know? I'm only a simple dwarf. Okay. Can I have that one schematic then? Of course. Just give me a drink and I'll gladly help you. I've had enough of buying drinks for people. It's always like this. Sure, I'll help you, Vomit, just as soon as you get me a drink. And more often than not, they actually want a very special kind of drink that can only be gotten in the next town or beyond. And what's wrong with all of you people anyway? Sometimes it seems as if half the population of Galen are alcoholics. So no, I won't do it anymore. You can get your own drink for once, and I'm just going to stay right here until you've done so. I only wanted a dwarven stout from the table over there. Here, have the stupid schematic. I've gone right off my drink now. You could just fucking grab it yourself. Oh, hell. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. It's telling me to... Oh, I have to do it like this. Okay. That's fine. Uh... 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 Uh, 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 oh. Aha! It all makes sense now, if you were a dwarf, that is. Hooray! Finally have the helmet unlocked, and I didn't realize I had to name that too. Lads, what do I name my helmet? What did I name mine? I don't remember what I called mine. God, I have no idea. Right, I need my combat gear now. Why don't you open up Warframe and look? Right now? Huh? Fuck yeah, XP lamp. Defense, please. I need all the defense XP I can get. I named mine Puppy. I have to buy a necromech. I'm too lazy to grind for it. I at least managed to get a necromech. Equip that. Combat gear. Mine 6 gold ores. If you want the avatar to be level 75 versus 125, get 15. What? Keep those in your inventory for the boss fight. Do not remove your gold helmet. 15 gold ore. I assume I don't need this hammer anymore. I also don't need this anymore. I don't need that. Do I have any gold ore? Or do I have to actually mine it? Maybe I don't know. I fucking hate Necromech. I would grind for it, but I need it to complete the next story mission. Oh, right. Maybe I'll call my helmet Worm. That's a good idea. Right, does the wiki say if I can have it on me preemptively, or do I have to mine it while I'm there? Oh, okay, I can't have it in my inventory. Alright. Do-do-do, I don't need that. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do. Combat gear. Not the hat though, because I've already got one of those. I said not the helmet and then proceeded to still take out the helmet. Fucking dumb bitch. Okay. Couple of prayer potions, some food. I don't know how difficult this guy's gonna be. Okay. God, I look like an idiot right now. Whoop, whoop. This music's too spooky. Give me Pinball Wizard. It's right there. How can I resist? Right, now I'm ready to fight a demon. Hello. I've got your schematics all assembled and I have that golden helmet as well. Wonderful, the schematics look simple enough. Are you ready for your quick trip through the rock? Yep. Ah, such enthusiasm. Okay, here we go. Let me have a look at those schematics and we'll get started. Oh, it's fucking changing my music. How dare you? Right, sitting comfortably? Not really, no. Excellent, excellent. I'll get the cannon ready to fire then. Oh goody. I'm starting to get second thoughts about this. Just think of all that gold! I've already got plenty of gold. I'm thinking of that demon. Don't worry, it'll all be over in a moment. That's what I'm afraid of. Whee! Where am I? What is this place? You hear muffled sounds through the rock wall. Dondakan said there was supposed to be a river behind this rock, but I don't see any river. I start to feel a little claustrophobic in here. I think I may be inside the rock. You are in my domain now. Begone, lest you wish to be destroyed. What was that? Ow, my poor head. This helmet seems heavier than ever. Your helmet starts to feel heavier and heavier. While you have the feeling it somehow keeps you in the rock, you think you can only keep it on for about 8 more minutes. Oh shit. Right, I need to mine some gold. Do not touch what is not yours. Oh, come on, man. Touch, touch, touch. I need it, apparently. The thing says so. You are bringing doom down on yourself. Right, I got 6 things. Talk to the central wall of flame. Alright, that seems reasonable. Jump through. Alright. Jump through this one and through and then talk to that one. Whee! Close your eyes and leap through the flames. Ouch! Right. Jump through again? Oh wait, no. Talk to Wall of Flame. You did not heed my messages to stay away. You have brought doom down on yourself. There are many aspects to my being, and there are many skills I possess. You see... Oh, you, I can see, are a skilled warrior, yet your might is no match for my magic. Behold, as my avatar descends on your level to extinguish the flame of your puny existence. You are no match for me. Okay. Fight. There. Bitch. You look really fucking weird. I wonder why I need to have gold in my inventory. Oh wait, probably so that he can't fucking hurt me. Because he can't do good against gold. Or something like that. Oh, you know what? Fucking put this on. Feel a headache coming on. Oh wait, that's just your helmet. Oh.
I'm a crab.
Easy. No, I just pop out. The whole cave was shaking. What happened in there? Let me out. What? Just to collect my thoughts. It all seems like a sort of distant dream now. I think I killed the Arzinian demon thing. What? You actually killed him? Well, I killed its avatar. I'm not sure what happened to the demon itself. Probably banished it to some hellish realm or other. He'll be back, but not for a few thousand years, I'm sure. But in the meantime, there's plenty of gold for me. For us? Of course, of course. Whenever you want to go back in there, let me know. Just don't forget to bring your helmet. Here, have this rune pickaxe as well. I can just use a normal one now anyway. Great, thanks a lot. No, thank you. After all these years, the riddle of the rock has finally been cracked. Yay! And I didn't even level from it. Nearly, though. Okay. I have 2 rune pickaxes now. I didn't need to use any of my food or potions. But that's fine. Okay. Still can't do the quest I was planning to do. So maybe I can get the last few quest points I need for recipe? Maybe? Okay, I'm gonna go do birdhouses again. I still don't remember why I wanted a high hunter level. Isn't there a new hunter thing coming soon? I think the Hunter's Guild is a thing in the next big update. I like Oriana's voice in League. I don't know who that is. Who dat? The ball is angry. Why are you running? Huh? The Clockwork Ball Lady? Hi, Kiwi! I need to look this up. I don't know who it is. Oriana. You know, I don't think I've ever come across her. Or if I have, I haven't noticed. Not played much, even though she's broken? Oh, really? People love playing broken characters. She's Vlad's biggest counter? Fucking rip in piss. How's? Good. She's an interesting champion because she cannot be buffed because she's so strong at pro level, but sucks if you can't use her well. Oh, someone dropped that. Give me that. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I like characters where you have to actually be good in order to play them. But I hate when there are characters where you have to be good to play them, but there's no payoff because they don't do anything. What doing? I just completed a big, well, not big quest. I just completed a quest. I'm gonna try and do another one, but I'm not sure what I'm gonna do next. Imagine playing a broken dragon. Dragon's not broken. No. And you keep saying I'm good at him, so like, I feel like if you're not good at him, then he's not that great. Could I do what lies below? It's short, apparently. Although I do need to level up my rune crafting. You are good at him. I feel like it's okay for something to be, like, strong if you have to be good. I think her kit's gone pretty much unchanged for 10 years. What the fuck? That's quite a long time. What if I did a runecraft quest? So I don't have to do fucking running back and forth. Temple of the Eye. The Eyes of Glufrey? What the hell is this? Does this get me construction XP? Whoa, does this get me construction XP? Hey, not very much though. God. Fuck it, let's do this one. Poor Zed. Fuck I love Zed, fuck I hate Zed. I. Bucket of sap. You can get this by using a knife on an evergreen tree with a bucket in your inventory. Alright. Or can I just buy one? Sap. Yeah, fuck it, I'm lazy. Mud rune. Maple logs. Oak logs. A hammer. A saw. A pestle and mortar. Okay. It needs to be evil creature times 6. No, not the evil creature. 12,000 magic XP for this? Let's fucking go. Let me grab my... this. Meh. Meh. No recommended items. I guess I'll just whap things with my fucking bonking stick, maybe? Oh, I might as well bring my fucking funny sword. I don't need my staff. Just bring that. Fuck it. Fuck it. Right, where am I going? Tree Gnome Stronghold. Where's my spirit tree? There we go. Eyes of Glue-Free is a fun one. Oh yeah? I like the XP that it gives me. Tree Gnome... Wait, this one? Am I in the right one? Yes. Oops, I just smacked my mic. I'm sorry if you heard that. My ears whacking things with your bonking stick. Cave. Hello, adventurer. What can I do for you? What's that cute creature wandering around? Oh, Izzy? He's my pet. What kind of creature is Izzy? I'm not sure. He's very cute though, don't you think? It's very restful having a pet, especially when you're stuck in a cave for as long as I am. So what do you do down here anyway? Isn't that obvious? I investigate thaumaturgy. I research the arcane. I attempt to explain the inexplainable. You study magic then? What kind of magic? I do a bit of magic myself, you know. Are you a budding mage? I can tell you more about my research if you'd like. Yeah, sure. Excellent. It's so rare I find someone to discuss my researches. Most gnomes seem to find it all very tedious. Never. How could they think that? Though I suppose gnomes aren't known for their magic. Well, that's true. These days, apart from a few combat spells, most gnomes seem to be a bit suspicious of mages. Really? Why is that? Well, there's a lot of history there. Do you want me to tell you about it? Oh yes, I love a bit of history. Very wise. Good knowledge of the history of magic is crucial to understanding the arcane. That's what we were doing earlier! I've been punched by Mr. Streamer. You're a mod, it's okay. The most famous? The most famous gnomish mage of all got into a bit of trouble. Most gnomes don't really talk about him, other than telling stories about him as if he was some sort of boogeyman. Ridiculous. He was a gnome like any other. He sounds like a fascinating character. He was one of King Hithrog the Great's advisors during the Grand Migration, but he was exiled after the Goblin Wars. Why was that? Well, I'm not really sure. This was all before I was born, and no one talks about what happened to Glue-Free these days. Must have done something very bad then. Well, maybe. I'm not so sure. As it happens, I've been looking into that part of our history. All I've managed to establish was that he was particularly interested in optics and light magic. It's hard to see what he could misuse light in a way that would get him exiled. Well, indeed. I've also found out that he was generally disliked by other gnomes. His moniker was Glue-Free the Untrusted. Oaknock the Engineer and Glue-Free didn't like each other. Oaknock? I haven't heard of him before. Ah, Oaknock was an engineer and architect, very famous. There are statues to him around the place. His reputation amongst the gnomes is second only to King Hithrog himself. He built most of the stronghold, you know. Are you really interested in all of this? Do you want to see something interesting? Yes! Well, have a careful look around at everything in the next cave and come back and tell me what you find. Okay. Love the little autism creatures running around gnome places. You're about to tantric sex with this gnome? No, I don't want that. How do you misuse light in a way to get exiled? I don't know, probably blinding people. Yeah, true. Walks around flashbanging strangers. A whole new way to flash people. Like this. Did you come? Inspect singing bowl. But I can't get close to it. How do I inspect it? Huh? This is a beautiful and elegant looking crystal bowl. It's clearly of elvish origin and reminds you of a large crystal drinking glass. Every now and again, you're sure you can hear the bowl resonate with sounds echoing around the cave, giving off a keening noise that makes you think for a moment that it's calling home. Alright. Oaknock's machine. Why is this plant wiggling? You look at the machine. It's an impressive piece of work, though it looks as if it was made It looks like it was made using a strange combination of materials. There seem to be two parts with apparently differing functions. This is made from maple and oak wood with crystal all stuck together with a strange glue. You have no idea how it works or what it does. Can I look at this? What is this? Plant that moves by itself. Is it a sentient creature disguised as a plant? Nah. Alright. Oh yes, the machine. Me when I encounter the gnome that misuses light magic. Hello adventurer, what can I do for you? I had a look in the other room. So, what did you find? There was a pit with a crystalline-looking bowl in the center. Indeed. Sadly, I know very little about that. It looks elven to me, though. There's also a very large, strange-looking machine. That's right, it was built by Oaknock. How do you know that? That room used to be Oaknock's workshop. I'd also recognize his style anywhere. What does it do? I have no idea, but I do know someone who might. There's a gnome, only one gnome left alive that knew Oaknock, and King Heathrog and Gloofrey for that matter. Who's that? Have a guess. Well, King Narno tells me you've already visited him. Oh, I know, you're talking about Hazelmere, aren't you? Very good, young apprentice. Didn't he help create the Grand Tree? That's right, he was the third advisor to King Heathrog. He found and tended to the Grand Tree. If you're really interested in all of this, then could you do me a favor and visit Hazelmere for me? I've been meaning to go for a while, but I have responsibilities here. There's always someone who wants to use the rune essence mines. Sure. Wait a minute, am I going to have to translate everything he says using that dictionary again? He's an old-fashioned kind of gnome and doesn't like visitors much, but I'm sure he'll want to talk about the old days. He only speaks in ancient gnomish. That may be true, though he may just be faking it to deter visitors. Either way, he's a wise old gnome. If he really wants to talk to you, I'm sure he'll find a way. Well, alright, if you say so. What do you want me to ask him? Well, ask him if he knows anything about Oaknock's machine, and anything you can find about Gloofrey would be interesting, wouldn't you agree? Right then, I better get on my way, I'll be back soon. He's lying, no one ever goes there. He's just lazy. Yeah, why would anyone come down here? Wait. Where does it want me to go? Oh god. Oh, okay. Yeah. Let me let me fucking TP. CLS. Hang on, I do feel like I'm actually gonna freeze to death. Just give me 10 seconds. I was unironically gonna say that I had to equip some warmer clothing as I was putting this on. That's just what came to mind. I was like, oh yeah, equipping my warmer clothing. Fuck. Gamer brained? I really am. Hello. The mage starts to speak, but all you hear is blah 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 blah. Hello, Hazelmere. Blah blah, human Sarko. Brimstall sent me to ask you some questions. Huh. Atariche. What? Blah blah, messy blah blah. I have some questions about the old days. Brimstall has been filling me in about gnomish history. Blah Brimstall, blah blah human, blah Minaha. Sounds like a fascinating time. Also sounds like some important things happened then. Events that we shouldn't forget. Laquine blah human blah blah blah. He's also found a machine. He says it was built by Oaknock. Oaknock? Huh, blah blah, metaphor, blah blah blah. Blah blah blah, Oaknock blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah blah, Heathrog, Cinco, blah blah blah. I'm sorry, I don't understand a word you're saying. I'm Bessie Human. You feel very strange, as if Hazelmere has started poking around in your head. Oh, he's beaming it into my brain! And everything seems a lot clearer. Not bad for a human. You can hear Hazelmere's voice in your head, but he's not moving his lips. Very strange. You understand what he's saying, though, which is a bonus. Weird, how are you doing this, Hazelmere? Old magic's beyond your skill, human. You can stop flapping your big human lips as well, just think. So how do I do this? Wow, that's impressive. Brimstall was telling me that gnomes don't trust mages these days. Can you hear me? Gloofy, wasn't it? He did something bad and got exiled. Ooh, I'm feeling a little dizzy. You knew him, didn't you? What can you tell me about him? And what's this machine that Oaknock's built? Isn't that magical as well? Do you know what it does? Stop wittering on, Vomit. You're giving me a headache. This mind speech is hard enough without having to listen to your incoherent babbling. Think about nothing. Clear your mind. Clear my mind? Hey, how did you know my name? I'm reading your mind, foolish human. How do you think? Now clear your mind. He's speaking in your brain? Yeah. How do I think about nothing? I'll give it a go. Tasty lobster. I'm thinking about something. Stop thinking about lobsters. Pink lobsters, big lobsters, lobsters with wings. Wings? Lobsters don't have wings. This is so me. Especially pink lobsters. What if lobsters were pink and had wings? Ooh! Just shut up and listen. I have a story to tell you that will answer most of your questions. Let us travel back in time to the time you humans call the Fourth Age. King Hilthrog, fuck off, had become king. The elves mysteriously decided to travel west, leaving most of Kandaren open for conquest. The humans weren't here yet, only King Hilthrog and the gnomes to the north, collection of goblin tribes to the south. Oh god. Both armies moved to claim the lands, and were of course destined to meet in battle. So it came to pass the goblin and gnome armies met at the Battle of whatever the fuck. Both sides faced each other on the battlefield. A bloody battle was in prospect. Our gnomes were brave, but we were no match for the mass of brute goblin stupidity. But Gloofy, King Hithrog, had devised a plan. If you don't lead an invincible army, pretend you do. He's casting spells. Turtles. And so Gloofy created an army of illusory giant tortoises, knowing that goblins would be scared of anything bigger than they were. Big Boss didn't say nothing about the gnomies having monster tortoises. They be huge as tortoises too scary and pointy. We just runs away. Shadow Gnome Gang, we love casting spells. We love summoning giant turtles. RuneScape cutscenes really are something else. Hey, was that you next to the tortoise? You look so handsome! Handsome? That was a long time ago. Anyway, where was I? Oh yes. Sadly, the golden times were not destined to last for long. There was once a very special spirit tree in the stronghold, silver as a birch and old and wise. I considered him a friend. I called him Argento. His true name was unpronounceable. He was the first spirit tree I had befriended, and the one I knew the best. I would sometimes travel, visiting and finding other spirit trees. During one such trip, I was filled with great sense of foreboding. I felt a shadow pass over me, and a tingling in the air, even though the weather was fine and dry. Oh no! Then I felt a sudden pain, as if the anima mundi was crying out with the loss of a favoured child. Oh no! And I knew that one of the old ones had died. I had lost a friend. Aww. Poor tree. I rushed straight back to the grand tree, only to find that no one had noticed anything, and that Argento was still standing and seemed alive, but I knew something was wrong. He refused to talk to me, and his aura was no longer present. Someone had hidden his death. I talked to Oaknock and he was incensed. He immediately blamed Gloofy, and although Oaknock could be rather irrational, but when it came to Gloofy, they never saw eye to eye. I knew he was right this time. Gloofy had used his magics to hide the truth from all of us. Oaknock had made a machine, an anti-illusion machine. With some help from the elves, he prepared it and summoned the advisors to Argento. Why have you summoned us here? You see, sire, switch the machine on. What is the meaning of this? The Silver Spirit Tree is dead! Gloofy has been using his foul arts to mask the truth. What other secrets has he been keeping? Explain yourself! I live to serve you, sire. I work for the good of us all. How can lying to your fellow gnomes be good? Some things are best kept secret. Even from your king? Occasionally. Enough. How can I trust a gnome who hides things from me? No gnome can blame you for what you do not know. That is not how I rule. Gloofy, you are no longer my advisor. Leave this place. Only the naive believe they can rule without someone like me. Your empire will crack and gnomes will become but a joke. Sarko! So be it. I'll be watching. And so Gloofy left and travelled with some companions to a place they called Arpasandra. We have heard nothing but rumours about them since. So where is this Arpasandra place anyway? Nobody knows for certain. Somewhere rocky, I suppose. The rumour is that after founding his new home, Gloofy used his magics to shroud the city in mist. Arpasandra may not exist at all, however I suspect that Gloofy is still around one way or another. Why do you think that? Just call it gnomish intuition. So the machine that Brimstale has found is the one that Oaknock built to stop Gloofy's illusions. Do you know how it worked? I never studied it, but I believe it. I believe it used elven magic, so it must have used a crystal of some sort. Crystal discs, yes, that sounds familiar. Actually, come to think of it, I may have one lying around. Here, take this, maybe it'll help you. Well, thank you, Hazelmere. You've told me a lot of things I need to ponder for a while. Very well. Oh, and when you see that lazy toad Brimstale, tell him next time he needs information to come for himself. I'll do that, farewell. I feel so much better now that I'm warm again. I'm such a silly boy. Just expecting to not be cold for no reason. You should warm up. I put a warm thing on. I am feeling better now. But I should have just done it sooner. Jump for worms. Boinky 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 boink. I visited Hazelmere. He told me all sorts of interesting things. Oh, thank you, my young apprentice. What did he tell you? He told me quite a story. You may want to take notes. Excellent. I like a good story. Right, well, it starts during the Great Migration. You tell Brimstale everything Hazelmere told you. Brimstale takes lots of notes. So the machine emits an anti-illusion glamour. Who is this? Who the fuck is this? Glamour? What's that? Don't you know anything? Ugh, a glamour is a type of enchantment or magical effect. Oh yes, it does have such a glamour. It seems to use crystal discs to work in some way.
A koi.
Show Brimstale the disc Hazelmere gave you. Oh, crystal discs? I may have a few of those in a drawer somewhere. That guy's got a knife. What? Something just moved behind you. Uh-oh. Trolley. Really? Wait, what's that banging noise?
Oh no, it's broken.
What's happened to the machine? It's broken. Something's afoot. I sense sabotage.
Quack, quack.
Whack whack.
Ducky.
Watch out, it's a Londoner. Tesco trolley, I've always wanted one. Mush up a mud rune. Put the mud rune in the bucket of sap. Is that my special glue?
A green sea turtle.
Use magic glue on this machine. You look at the damage done. There are two main wooden parts that need to be repaired. Looks as if you need two types of wood, maple and oak, to complete the repairs. Also looks as if everything was stuck together by some sort of resin-based glue that smells of pine and contains flecks of grey powder that glint and sparkle in a magical way. You think that you'll need some skill in construction, level 5, and the standard construction tools to repair the machine. I've done that. Can I use it now? Fix. Fix the machine. Fix it. Fix it. Fix it. Seems to be working now, though it does appear to be locked. Locked, you say? Hello, adventurer! I fixed the machine. Well done, you're almost as good at fixing things as a gnome. Who'd have thought? Though I still don't think it's actually activated. There appears to be some sort of lock on the front. I think I know what the discs are for, though. There's a slot in the front that looks like it might fit a disc. And a number. So what do you think the number means? I'm not sure yet. Maybe I should put a disc into the slot and see what happens? That reminds me, I found those crystal discs I mentioned before. They're not quite the same as the one Hazelmere gave you, but they look similar in size and weight. They also look as if they might fit in the slots of both the machines. Huh? Maybe I should try it out? I wonder if the different sizes and shapes mean anything. I've been thinking about that as well. I shall ponder it some more. I'll work it out. That's the spirit. This is all training for the mind. No, it's the use of a guide is what it is. Swap in your pieces for the indicated pieces. You can also drop the discs and talk to Brimstale for more tokens. Hand! Hand! I don't like that! What the hell? Hand. Okay, well I don't have an orange one. How do I get orange? Exchange? Install and swap discs to make the sum indicated on the machine. Put it in. How do I put it in? In. No? In. In? In? What? Huh? I don't get it. Oh, wait. Huh? Huh? Huh. Machine does not appear to accept these discs and spits them straight back out. Maybe you should try some different discs. Bitch! So, apparently if I drop these, man will give me more discs. Right. Well, you still haven't given me the fucking... the orange circle that I need. It says make the sum indicated on the machine. But there's no sum indicated on the machine. Huh? Wait, what if I put like 3 purple ones in? Does that do anything? Huh. What? I'm going on the wiki. Okay, you'll have to unlock and restart the machine. For this, you'll need more crystal discs. Talk to Brimstone to get some from him. You can talk to him multiple times to get more shapes. If you no longer get discs from Brimstone, drop the discs and talk to him again to get more discs. Alternatively, you can exchange the discs at the exchanger next to the machine. Ha! To work this machine, you have to fit crystal discs to the numbers shown. The numbers will be different for everybody, therefore you have to solve this mostly yourself. What? Some of the colours can be easily mixed up since they're very similar. Blue, indigo and violet. Hover them with your mouse to be sure. Yellow circle can never be obtained. If the puzzle requires a value of 3, you must use the red triangle instead. There is a token exchange on the right hand side which allows you to insert various tokens and exchange them for others of the same value. You cannot exchange more than 35 points worth at a time. You may exchange a single token for many other lower value tokens if its value is high enough. You will always receive the same value back in different tokens. For example, if you need indigo pentagon and have violet pentagon, put the violet pentagon into the exchanger and keep declining the transaction until the machine offers you an indigo pentagon and a red pentagon. What? Oh. Oh. Okay. Right. Two. What has a value of 2? Oh, orange circle. That's why it was telling me to get an orange circle. I get it now. Okay. Stop just giving me a green circle. I don't want a green circle. Orange circle. Yeah, give. Right. Insert. Great. Unlock. Oh god. Right. Okay. So a 6 would be an orange triangle or an indigo circle. I've got a violet circle. Okay. Yellow pentagon is worth 15. Oh, this is shit. Oh, I hate this. What did I want? I've already forgotten what I wanted. Indigo circle. Indigo circle. Alright. Indigo circle. In the 6th slot. Alright. Now a 5 will be a blue circle or a red pentagon. This is so stupid. Red pentagon. Okay. Oh, I need to do them all at once? Oh, for fuck's sake. Wait. Indigo circle, red pentagon. Okay. And 13. The fucking noise this is making is kind of hurting my ears. And scrambling my brain. Yellow circle, red triangle, with a yellow triangle. I have a yellow triangle. But I also need a yellow circle or a red triangle. Why can't I have a red triangle? Give. Okay. Red triangle. Right. So now we put this one in here. We put this one in here. And we put, what was it? Red triangle and yellow triangle? Wait, what does that make? 4... Wait, that makes 16. Huh? Cancel. This one goes here. This one goes here. And then to make 13, out of what I have, my yellow triangle is worth... Oh wait, my yellow triangle is worth 9. I was looking at the wrong thing. So 9, 10, 11, 12, or 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh. So I didn't need that fucking triangle because I had the square. There. Activate. Machine is still not fully operational. What? Why? Do I have to fill all the slots? Do I have to make 5 out of 2? Oh. I need to do all... Fuck. Well, RuneLight seems to think I have all of the things. So in order to make 5, we use this one and this one. And in order to make 13 using 3 things, this one is 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There. Done. There we go, for fuck's sake. Huzzah, it's working! Well done for me, I knew you'd work it out. I'll make a mage out of you yet. Wait, what's happening? Uh-oh. Ah! What on earth? Izzy, no! There's something very wrong going on here. Oh no! Evil creature! Kill the spies! Equip my sword. Where are the naughty little creatures? I need to talk to him again? Okay. Seems Izzy was not too cute after all. How awful, how mysterious. So this was an illusion the Apparandans went to so much effort to conceal. A pet that wasn't cute enough. Where did you find this one? Izzy just wandered into my cave. He's cute and friendly, so I kept him. Seemed very curious, and used to watch me do my researches. I like the companionship. Research is lonely work. So he's been keeping an eye on you while you do important magical research. I suppose it has. I hadn't thought of it like that. I'm sure I've seen others of these creatures around the place. Where? I think King Narnode has one. I think I saw one by the gates, and I'm sure I've seen a few more wandering around. In other words, all places to keep an eye on what's going on in the stronghold. Oh my goodness, I think I'm beginning to understand where you're going with this. Yes, they must be spies. They're watching us with those creepy red eyes, and they must have told someone that we were working on the machine. So that horrible thing was listening to us all along. You better tell the king what's going on. Kill. Bosh. Oh, fuck. Bosh. Oh no, so all those cute little creatures around are... I can't... Oh, they don't exist anymore? They're just evil, naughty boys? What if I want a naughty creature, though? No, all the cute creatures are now evil creatures. No! It's a sad day. Imp. Grab. 45 air runes. Let's go. Wait, where is it? Oh, over there. At the top of the grand tree. Sake. Naughty creature. Smack. Smack. You've killed all the creatures, now you better tell the king. Hello, king. You found all those spies yet? I think so, there were 6 in total. Thank goodness, thank you for your help. Brimstale also tells me you helped him a lot finding out what was going on. Help! I did all the hard work. Ah, getting others to do the donkey work seems to be that skill mages develop well. So what will you do now? Well, I have many things to think about. Why are the Arpasandrans spying on us, and what are they planning? It's certainly worrying, and whoever sabotaged the machine couldn't have been far from here. Are there gnomes here who are also spies? Indeed, that's another thing that worries me. If you find out more, I'd be willing to help investigate. That may be useful, thank you. I may well call for your help again. Oh, before you leave, I have something you might like. What's that? It was passed down to me from king to king. It belonged to Oaknock. He proclaimed that only a hero of the gnome should have it. I think you count as a hero. Also, since you have been looking into Oaknock, you might be able to work out what it is. A small crystal seed. I wonder what it does. Well, I'm sure your magical research skills will help you there. Good luck. Wait, that was it? I thought that would have been quicker. Not quicker. Slower. That was quicker than I thought it would be. I'm fucking scrambled. I've been doing too many words today. Ooh, my runecraft level is now 29, so I can go do that other defense quest. The fucking book has fucked you up? It sure has. Okay, what lies below? Scrambled like an egg. Fuck yes. Love an egg. Hate being scrambled. I was about to type in scramble. What was I typing? Wait, 35 runecraft? Fuck. Well, I can't do that then. Fucking hell, man. Fucking hell. Such a Branwyn moment. What? Crystal seed. Can I do something with that? What's the next quest in this quest line then? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Wait, what the fuck did I just read? I swear I saw something called pizzazz points, but I might be going actually insane. I just scrolled really fast. Okay. Seed can be enchanted into a crystal saw by using it on the singing bowl in Brimstale's cave in the southwest area. Ah. So I can just use it now, it's not part of another quest? Let's go. Right, where was that guy's fucking cave? Cool. I was expecting to have to like plant it somewhere and like tend to it and shit. Ooh! The illusion machine must have let me see the bridge. Cool. Okay. Use crystal saw seed on the singing bowl. No, you fucking idiot. Go across the bridge. Oh my god. There. Make. Woohoo! A medium task complete. With the help of the crystal bowl, you sing a beautiful song and shape the crystals. Cool. I don't know what that's for, but I have it now. I win. Bring. How many more quest points do I need? 2. I only need 2 quest points. What do I do with those discs now? I assume they're useless and I can just throw them in the bin. I should just drop them before I end up hoarding them. Right, 2 quest points required. Can't do that one. Do I do another Runecraft quest, considering I still need to get that up way higher than I thought I did? The Slug Menace? But I can't do that yet. Fuck! Slug Menace! Enemies to defeat the Slug Prince? What the fuck? Temple of the Eye. That gets me 5k. Sure. Temple of the Eye. Okay. Cool. Bucket of water, chisel, pickaxe. Bucket of water. Why can't I see it? There it is. Method of teleportation to Varrock. Method of teleportation to Alcarid. I guess I can just go Lummy and then walk over. I've just broken myself today. Right. Oh, and let me bring this just in case I end up needing it for whatever reason. It's nice to have the option. Okay. Give me those. Finally sold all my jolts? Let's fucking go! You're a rich bitch now. Presumably. Hello? A wizard? Hello! Hey there. What's a wizard doing in Alcarid? Why shouldn't a wizard be in Alcarid? Good question. I guess I haven't seen a wizard around here before. Well, for a start, I'm not just any wizard. The name's Mia Purston, the leading researcher in teleportation magic for the Order of Wizards. Pleased to meet you, I'm Vomit. Now, as for your question, maybe you should start expecting the unexpected. That way you can spend less time worrying about why I'm here, and more time asking life's real questions. Right, and what kind of questions are you referring to? Well, there's the thing. It's different for everyone. Why do trees grow from stumps substantially faster than from seeds? Where do meteorites come from? Why do we have to hold our arms out to teleport successfully? 89 plat for each? Fuck yes, dude. I don't know. What are the answers? I don't know either. So you're in Alcarid to work out how trees grow? No, silly. I came here to buy something. Something. That's right, something. Tell me, what do you know of the Abyss? The Abyss? I know all about the Abyss. Really? It's quite unusual for an adventurer like yourself to have knowledge in that area. Well, I recently helped a group of Zamarakian wizards to gain access to the Rune Essence Mine. In return, they gave me access to the Abyss. Zamarakian wizards? You do realize the ZMI are enemies to the Order of Wizards, right? Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned that. Oh, don't worry about it. The Order of Wizards may be a Saradomist group, but I never personally had much time for gods. I prefer knowledge to religion. Still, maybe it's best you don't tell anyone else. Can't imagine my fellow wizards will be happy to know that you gave away details on their secret mine. Enough about them, though. You've just had quite the revelation with me. Is it really true that the ZMI have found a way to access the Abyss? That's right. Well, in that case, I think you might be the perfect person to aid me in a little task. A little task? Sounds like the time someone asked me for one small favor. I'm not sure I'm ready for that again. Oh, don't be silly. This will be fun. Alright, what kind of task is it? Well, I can't go telling you that until you agree, can I? Wouldn't want you sharing my secrets. You're not giving me much to go on here. There'll be quite the reward for you at the end. Yes. No, bitch, you've had generally 5 years to get one. I wasn't playing for many of those years, but many years all the same. Watch Barrow have jolts next time he's here and have to start this all over again. Alright, what do you need from me? You'll help? Great. Well, first a question for you. You say the ZMI have gained access to the Abyss. By any chance, are they using it to gain quick access to the runic altars for rune crafting purposes? Yeah, but how did you... I knew it! I've been wondering for some time how they've been creating so many runes. I never considered that they somehow gained access to the Abyss, but I now realize that it was the obvious explanation. So what is it you're after? You want access to the Abyss as well? Well, yes, but actually no. It seems we've jumped ahead a bit. Let's go back to why I'm here. There's something you bought. There's something I bought. Here, take a look. Burston shows you an amulet. A foolish archaeologist by the name of Asgarnia Smith recently found this washed up near the ruins of Uzer. Despite his apparent archaeological credentials, he dismissed it as junk. Luckily, I was able to buy it from him before he disposed of it. Can you believe he thought 100 coins I paid was too much? If only he knew the true value of something like this. Why is it so valuable? You see that eye on it? Well, it's the symbol of both Order of the Wizards and our home, the Wizard's Tower. Thing is, that's only the start. From what I can tell, this amulet is thousands of years old, but our order was only formed at the dawn of the 5th Age. That wasn't even 200 years ago. But how? Hang on, I'm not done yet. I also inspected the amulet for magical energies and found something fascinating. I recognized 2 distinct magical signatures. The first is the same magic found in rune essence. That's already pretty exciting, but the second that will blow your mind. What is it? I'm getting to that! My, you do like interrupting, don't you? Don't worry, I understand. I get quite excited about these things as well. Anyway, here's the big reveal for you. The second signature was energy from the Abyss. So you have an amulet with the symbol of your order on it, but it predates your order by thousands of years. It also turned up miles from where your order is based, and filled with energy from a dimension that until recently no one had even been to. Now you see why this is so exciting! So what do you need from me? I need to find out where this amulet came from. It should be possible to trace it using the abyssal energy it still contains. This is where you ask, what's the catch? What's the catch? I'm glad you asked, Vomit. Unfortunately, the spell needed to trace the amulet will only work properly from inside the abyss. Oh, I see where this is going. You know I don't have access to the abyss. You don't have access to the abyss, but I do. Precisely. While I don't care about the religious squabbling between the ZMI and my order, I still can't see them wanting to work with me anytime soon. So I need to take the amulet to the abyss and work out where it came from. Correct. I imagine you'll need help from your ZMI friends. Just maybe don't tell them who gave it to you. I'll visit the Mage Zamorak in Varrock. He should be able to help me. Return to me once you're done. Oh, and don't forget the amulet. Thanks. Okay, Varrock. Sorry, I just saw money on the floor. I'll be taking those. Wonderful. I also need to have a sip, because I've been reading way too much today. I just realized, one of the rewards is a medium pouch. I'm fucking getting all the good shit. I just came here for quest points. 1 quest point! Shit, I should have looked at one that did 2. Oh well. I won't have time to do RFD today anyway. Hello. Ah, you again. What do you want? I need your help with an amulet. An amulet? What amulet? Here it is. That eye on it. That is the symbol of the Order of Wizards. What's all this about? The amulet's giving off abyssal energy. I was hoping you could help me work out where it came from. Why should I? Well, I did help you gain access to the Rune Essence mine. And we gave you knowledge on the Abyss in return. We owe you no further favors. Are you not even slightly curious about how an amulet with the symbol of the Order of Wizards on it is giving off abyssal energy? After all, they don't even have access to the Abyss. Hope you're not about to tell me that you shared our secrets with the Saradominists. Of course not. Then where did you get this amulet? I bought it from an archaeologist. There's something off about all this. Show it to me again. As you do, he casts a spell upon it. What was that? Just a spell to tell me more about it. Seems this amulet is very unusual. So you'll help? Very well, but first you must do something for me. Bring me a bucket of water and a strong cup of tea. A strong cup of tea? That's right, the tea seller just north of here can give you one. He owes me, in fact, so just tell him Herbert sent you. Wait, your name is Herbert? Is that a problem? Guess not, just never have you down as a Herbert. Alright. Tea. No, don't steal. No, you talk to the guy. Could I have a strong cup of tea? Strong cup of tea? What do you mean? Herbert sent me for one. Ah, well, why didn't you say that? Between you and me, Herbert's strong cups of tea are actually just my regular cups of tea, but if it makes him happy... Hope Herbert enjoys it. Great. Hello. Could you help me with that amulet now? Do you have a bucket of water and a strong cup of tea? Yeah, here you go. Takes the strong cup of tea from you and immediately drinks it. Ah, nothing like a nice cup of tea. Right, a deal's a deal. But the spell to determine the origin of that amulet will only work from the Abyss, so you'll need to have the initiate there perform it for you. Meet me in the wilderness when you're ready to be teleported there. Can't you just teleport me from here? From the middle of Varrock? What if someone's watching? If someone was watching, they'd know you have a secret Chaos Temple here in Varrock. I reckon you're pretty safe. Fine, but don't expect me to make a habit of this. I'll offer you a single teleport from here directly to the initiate in the Abyss. Make sure you're definitely ready. Hang on, what's the bucket of water for? Oh, that. Well, time passes slower in the Abyss. The initiate maintaining the rift has still been there for quite a while. He needs a good bath. So you want me to throw it over him? Exactly. Now are you ready to be teleported? Don't forget, this is a one-time offer. In future, you'll need to meet me in the wilderness to access the Abyss. Yes. Hello. Dark Mage. Quiet, you must not break my concentration. I need your help with an amulet. An amulet? Oh, hang on, someone's trying to contact me. Dark Mage suddenly starts talking to someone else. What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy? Fine, simple transfiguration spell should resolve things for you. Now can you leave me alone? I can't keep affording these distractions. Dark Mage returns back to you. What did you want? Something about an amulet? Yeah, but first, you throw the bucket of water over the Dark Mage. What the actual... Sorry, Herbert said you needed a wash. Are you serious? What if I'd lost concentration and let this rift collapse? Do you like having a brain that isn't made of mush? Wait, what? Because mush is all that would have been left. I like my brain how it is, thanks. Now could you help me? Why should I? I'm soaked thanks to you. Herbert said you would. Of course he did. Alright then, what do you want? This amulet's giving off abyssal energy. I need you to cast a spell to tell me where it came from. Let's have a look then. Right, just give me a moment. Dark Mage cast a spell on the amulet. Okay, the spell will allow me to triangulate the origin of the amulet. To make things easier, I'm using this rift to compare energy from the origin with energy from the runic altars. Of course, that's thanks to the ways of time and space work in this place. The information won't necessarily come in the right order. Meaning I'll need you to help, you fool. You see that energy that just emerged from the rift? Work out which order it goes in. Oh, for fuck's sake. Please tell me. Interact with the runic energy. Pattern is different for everyone. Click each rune type until all turn white. Oh, for fuck's sake. Earth. No. Cosmic. No. Fire. Yes. Nature. Fucking hell. Oh, it's one of these. No. 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 Please something goes around in a circle. No! Oh, come the fuck on. There. I've worked out which the order energy goes in. Yes, I can see that. Now hang on. Dark Mage pauses for a moment as if lost in thought. He then hastily pulls out a scroll and scribbles something on it. I've noted the details on the scroll. A competent enough wizard should be able to use it to cast a teleportation spell to take you right there. Can you tell me anything about the place? With all the time I've spent here, I'd like to consider myself an expert on the Abyss, but there's something very strange about the place this amulet came from. Strange how? Well, if I knew that, it wouldn't be strange, would it? Now, if you're done bothering me, I need to stay focused on this rift. Okay. Talk to the wizard. Okay. Hey, Pukey, how's RuneScape? It's pretty good. My brain scrambled because I was reading lots of words, but it's pretty good. What brain? I mean, yeah, kinda. It's part of the problem. Any luck with that amulet? I have an incantation that could lead us to wherever it came from. Brilliant, let's have a look. Oh, fascinating. But that would mean... What would that mean? Starfish? I'm thinking. Yes, 2, no, 3 more. Silly me. Counted myself, didn't I? Well, it should be fine. Can't see them saying no. After all, it's their symbol as well. What are you going on about? Oh yes, you're here. Brilliant. You'll be pleased to know that I've worked out what we must do next. And that is... Patience, young adventurer. Before we get to that, let me share with you my theory on where this amulet came from. While you were gone, I was thinking why the amulet would have magical energy from both Rune Essence and the Abyss. All of a sudden it hit me. Ouch. Quite the opposite. The source of this amulet must be the ancient teleportation matrix of the runic altars, just like the one the ZMI have in the Abyss. This is good news, in case you were wondering. Access to a teleportation matrix like that will be life-changing when it comes to my work. Of course, the rest of my order will be very happy as well. It will completely remove the advantage the ZMI currently have, now that there's a balance that Guthix himself would love. Get bullied? Your noggin, mate? Huh? Huh? Ah, but this talk of the ZMI has reminded me of something. Could I have that amulet back? Here you go. Now just give me a moment. Well. Ah yes, well that's not surprising. What is it? Your ZMI friends cast a transmission spell on the amulet. Had we taken it with us, it would have transmitted all sorts of information back to them about the origin. It's not a problem, I suspected they might do something like this. The good news is that means they have no intention of using that incantation themselves. Again, as expected, they prefer to lurk in the shadows. To be honest, I totally understand.
A shrimpy!
I've been known to do the same from time to time. Anyway, I've modified their spell to send false information to them. They'll be none the wiser.
Bones.
I thought you didn't care about religion. Why don't you want the ZMI getting that information? Oh, my friend, you misunderstand. I have no issues with the ZMI having the information, but I don't want them getting it before I've even had a chance to determine what it is. I see, so what now? Well, apparently right now I need to have a sippy. Returning junk gets you good stuff. Fuck you, red-eyed bitch. Yes, back to business. The incantation is quite complex, so we'll need the help of 3 other wizards to perform it. I'm afraid I'm not including you in that, although you are very talented. Thanks, I think. So where do we get these other wizards? From the Wizard's Tower, of course. My fellow wizards won't be able to resist getting their hands on a teleportation matrix, especially one that may be connected to the history of our order. Now you head to the Wizard's Tower and show that incantation to Cedrador. I have a couple of things to prepare first, but I'll join you there soon. Oh, and whatever you do, don't mention the ZMI while you're there. Alright. Hey, if you want, I can teleport you to the Wizard's Tower. Consider it a one-time gift. Let's fucking go! Ah, fish! Hi. Hello again, Vomit. What can I do for you? I need your help with an incantation. An incantation? What an incantation? A teleport that could potentially take us to an ancient teleportation matrix. Preston reckons you might be able to use it to gain easier access to the runic altars. Wait, Preston sent you? That's right. Oh, I should mention this teleportation matrix seems to have some connection to your order, despite predating it by thousands of years. So, Preston disappears for all this time, and then shows up again with knowledge on ancient teleportation matrix. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. It's probably not the strangest thing she's done. Anyway, what do you need my help with exactly? Spudfish. Wonder if it tastes like potatoes. Preston needs 3 other wizards to be able to perform the incantation. Can I see it? Sure. The scroll is very interesting. Did you get it from a Zamorakian wizard, perhaps? Don't lie to me, Vomit. Well, since you asked, well... It's clear from your response that my suspicions are correct. This incantation is written on very thin flesh rather than parchment, a horrific practice used only by Zamorakians. Need I remind you that it was the Zamorakians who burnt down the first wizard tower? Vomit, I'm going to be frank with you. Preston hasn't been seen here for almost a year. My last meeting with her was to discuss changing her line of study due to her lack of results. She was given 1 more year to produce something of note. Now with the time almost up, she sends you here with Zamorakian incantations and odd claims about an ancient teleportation matrix. But what if it's true? The teleportation matrix could change everything. Okay, I admit we went to some Zamorakians for help with the incantation, but they've had no other involvement. Preston has even made sure they won't get anything beneficial out of this. You've been a great help to us in the past. For that I will consider it. First though, I will do thorough arcane analysis of the incantation to determine if it's safe to cast. Now, as for your 3 wizards, I can't be wasting the others' time with this sort of thing, especially when I haven't even agreed to allow it yet. However, Trailborn has 3 new apprentices who could help. This might be a good learning opportunity for them. Speak to him while I inspect this incantation. Hello there, young thingamawhat. I need your apprentices to help with an incantation. Right now, but we're having a party. A party? Party? What party? You said you were having a party. Well, I suppose it's a party of sorts. A study party. Would you like to join in? You look like you could use one. I'll pass. Anyway, Cedrador said your apprentices could help me with an incantation. What kind of incantation? One that could lead to an ancient teleportation matrix? Teleportation matrix doesn't sound like the most comfortable place for a party. Bet it's full of thingamawhats as well. I'm not suggesting we move the party there. I'm suggesting that we cancel the party and discover the secrets of this teleportation matrix instead. Cancel the party? You're certainly a party pooper.
Hello, sir!
Alright, how about instead of cancelling the party, we finish it with a bang? What's currently on the agenda? Finish it with a bang, but Cedrador won't be happy if we burn the place down again, will he? Still, I like it. I've currently tasked each of the apprentices with solving a problem. If they all solve it, we can celebrate together. I just remembered that I allowed myself 1 fish per stream and I haven't done it yet. Sounds good, so what's the problem? Problem? There's no problem. Everything is fine here. We're having a party. I mean, what's the problem they have to solve? Oh, it's trivial. They have to figure out what a thingamywhat is. A what? Oh, come on. A thingamywhat? Precisely. Right, I'll speak to the apprentices. Perhaps together we can figure this out. Good luck! So if that's 6 and this is 8, then if we multiply... No, divide. No, that's not it either. Sounds like you're trying to solve a puzzle. Perhaps I could help? Oh, hey there. Yes, I'm trying to solve a puzzle set by the world-renowned Trailborn himself. It truly is an honor to have someone like him to take the time to teach an up-and-coming wizard such as myself. Why do you think so highly of him? Oh, so many reasons, but the biggest is that amongst all of the wizards, he's the foremost expert in extraplanar magic. Why else do you think he has the smallest room in the tower? Because he doesn't need the space, he can just open a portal to create more. I see, and this is the branch of magic you want to specialize in? Oh, absolutely, that's why I'm here. I need to solve this puzzle to prove I'm ready to learn all that he has to teach. Well, that's not actually too different to the reason I'm here. I'm currently helping a wizard called Purston, and she seems to be quite knowledgeable on different planes. She's tasked me with recruiting some wizards to help her uncover a teleportation matrix. Would you like to join us? You've met Purston? She studied directly under Trailborn for multiple years. I'd love to meet her, but she's hard to track down. Could you introduce us? Sure, I can do that. We need to solve this puzzle first, though. Trailborn won't let you three leave until you do. Perhaps I could help you solve it? I'm not sure. I wouldn't want Trailborn to think poorly of me if I've cheated and asked for help, but I do want to work with Purston. Okay, I'll show you the puzzle. Water is 6, and mind is 8. Thingamywhat is less than 2 body and more than 2 earth. What is a thingamywhat? I don't know. Air and earth? What about water and fire? Is this an elemental problem, or are they completely irrelevant? What appears to be the problem? Oh, sorry, didn't see you there. Don't worry, what were you muttering about? The air and earth? Is it related to the puzzle Trailborn gave you all? Yeah, I just can't wrap my head around it. It feels like there are too many unknown variables. Besides, how does this all relate to a thingamywhat in the first place, whatever that actually is? Perhaps it's a slayer creature, or a person? Is this a logical puzzle, a riddle, or a mathematical problem? I see, perhaps I could take a look and help you out? I'm not sure, sounds like cheating, but I really do want to beat Cordelia. She's always one step ahead of me, so it'd be nice to finally win for a change. Well, I'm actually here to recruit the 3 of you to help uncover an old teleportation matrix. The only issue is that Trailborn won't let you leave until the puzzle is solved. Oh, did you say a teleportation matrix? Teleportation magic is my speciality. I'd love to help. Well, I'd be glad to have you along, so will you show me the puzzle? Sure, just please don't tell the others you helped me. Earth is 5 and air is 3. Thingamywhat is less than 3 fire and more than 1 mind. What is a thingamywhat? Thingamywhat. Thin. Gummy. What? Trailborn said you're trying to solve a puzzle. Maybe I could help? Sorry if I get a little unhinged. I'm inebriated. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. I mean, I expect people to be unhinged in here anyway, but, you know. Why, do you think I need your help to solve this? I'll prove I'm smarter than those 2. Oh, I don't doubt you're smart enough to solve this on your own. I'd just like to see the puzzle further my own knowledge and understanding. You think I'll be persuaded that easily? I'm not as easy to fool as the others, but I admire your efforts nonetheless. I'll be honest then. In truth, I don't care about this puzzle at all. I'm actually looking to recruit talented wizards to help uncover a long-lost teleportation matrix. The hope is to use it to gain easy access to the runic altars for rune crafting purposes. Well, that's definitely more interesting. In that case, why do you care about the puzzle? Trailborn said he wouldn't give his permission for you to join until the puzzle is solved, so I thought I'd lend a hand. Very well, you appear to be telling the truth, and I'd rather be uncovering teleportation matrix than doing this. Here it is. Fire is 4 and body is 7. Thingamywhat is less than 3 water and more than 3 air. What is a thingamywhat? Tell Trailborn the solution to his puzzle is 11. Yay, I don't have to do maths. We're all unhinged here, yeah. I know what a thingamywhat is. Oh, do tell. 11. Well done, that's correct! See, it's easier to solve problems when you put aside what's best for you and instead focus on what's best for the team. Congratulations, you all pass. But you said that only the first of us to solve it would pass. Oh, did I? I forgot. Either way, I hope you all now learned a valuable lesson in teamwork. You have this adventurer here to thank for that. Wait, but we all had different puzzles written down. Of course, we needed to combine our puzzles to solve it. Wow, that's genius. What a great way to teach us all teamwork. Now, finish with a bang, did you say? Let's fucking go. Well, what was that for? Well, it was your idea after all. Now why don't you go tell Cedric or my apprentices are free to help?
Cedridor!
Hello again, ready to uncover the magical secret that would change the world forever? Slow down, person. I'm still inspecting this amulet of yours. You're inspecting the amulet now? Does that mean the incantation is safe? That's right, the amulet is as well, of course, but Cedridor here likes to be careful. Not all of us are so carefree when it comes to the rules of our order, person. I mean really, Zamarakian incantations? Be glad I've even let you back in the tower. The unfortunate price of progress, Cedridor. Can think of a few other unfortunate things. Anyway, the amulet seems to be safe, and as much as I hate to admit it, your assessment seems to be correct. Bouncing, 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 bouncing. Can we go ahead? Yeah, I'm still not happy about this, but we can't throw away this chance. I assume Trailborn's apprentices are ready. That's right! Well then what are we waiting for? Let's do this. Vomit, are you ready? I think so. Do I need anything? No. Let's go. Everyone ready? We won't let you down, Purston. Alright, with me.
Wow, 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 wow.
It worked! Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go in. Go in? You three aren't going through that portal. We have no idea what's on the other side. I've given Purston and Vomit permission to go through. Until we know it's safe, no one else may enter. You can't be serious. Please let us help. We've worked so hard for an opportunity like this. And we have Purston to look after us. No, you're only apprentices. You were here to help with the incantation and you've done that now. You should go back to your studies. Come now, Cedridor. The young thingamawats have proven themselves to be more than capable. Let them have their party. It's going to be quite something. You really should let them help. Quiet, Purston. Let it be known that I consider this a bad idea. That said, they are your apprentices, Trailborn. If they have your permission, I won't stop them. Alright, ready to make history? Let's go! Are they all gonna die? Oh, I've seen this place. There's a minigame here. Oh, hi, SB. You got a triple exclamation mark.
A battery!
Let's go. Well, this is unexpected. Where are we? Are we underwater? Very hot of me, to be honest. I absolutely agree. Let me cast a locator spell.
Wow, 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 wow.
Seems we're deep below the sea, the south of Mauritania. Fascinating. Come, let's look around. Mackerel. That's an interesting statue. See the plaque on it? It reads, Alia Justicia of the Lion and Guardian of the Temple of the Eye. Temple of the Eye? Must be where we are right now. I've read about the Justicias before, a book back at the Wizard's Tower. What did the book say? They were powerful warriors in service to Saradomin himself, back when the gods still walked among us. This temple must be ancient. Imagine if Saradomin himself once stood here. What are you looking at? Look, rune guardians, like the ones in the mage training area. This place was once a teleportation matrix. These rune guardians might have helped the wizards that used it. Anything different about them? Well, despite their age, they're actually remarkably similar design to the one used by modern wizards. Isn't that amazing? Help me, Vomps. I've gone badly wrong. It's 5 Meepo dubs in a row and I can't stop. Well, I don't think you need help, man. I think you're on a roll. Maybe we should put you down? Oh my god. Found anything interesting? There's something strange about this big hole here. It's giving out the tiniest amount of magical energy. I can't work out what it is though. This is the fucking abyss coming through. My hands are shaking, my tum-tum is quaking. You know, those plants and stuff look similar to, those plants look similar to stuff I've seen in the... Quiet, I'm more than capable of working this out. Maybe you could go help the others instead. Okay. Quacking, not quaking. Oh, sorry. Oh wait, no. I got it right, you got it wrong. I see. Hi! Hello! Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. I was lost in thought. What were you thinking about? Oh, I was looking at these markings here. They're very interesting. They seem to be radiating a magical energy I've never encountered before. Take a closer look. Maybe you'll feel the energy as well. You look at the markings. Experience the vision. Okay, we're experiencing a vision, like a vision of skeleton. Saradomin be with you. And with you, Zachariah, so it's really true? It is indeed, Alia, and he's given us the task of protecting it. What would he have me do? You must build a sanctuary for the Eye. The forces of chaos already seek to reobtain it, as do countless others. I will keep it safe, no matter the cost. And you? Zamorak has tasked his collector with finding the Eye. I will hunt him down before he does, along with any of the others who would try to claim it. Then I wish you luck, brother. There's one last thing, Alia. You must keep the Eye secret from all others, even our own. The fewer people that know the truth, the better. On my honor as a Justicia, it will be done. Good. Saradomin be with you, sister. What the? Vomit? Yas! What did you just say? I don't know. Did you just say yas? I can't remember. When I looked at the marks on the floor, I had this vision, but it's all unclear. Curious. Well, time to see what the others have found. Right, what have we discovered? That large hole behind you is radiating strange energy. I'm still trying to work out what it is. Need a hand with that? No, I can work it out. You sure can. What else do we have? There's some old rune guardians here with eye symbols on them. So this place was definitely used by wizards at one point. Amazing. Not just any wizard, Saradomis wizards. There are some statues of an old Saradomis Justicia called Alia. Remarkable, the Justicias haven't been around for thousands of years. That confirms my suspicions about the age of this place. That's not all I found. Apparently this place was once called the Temple of the Eye. The Eye? What's the Eye? I remember reading about something called the Eye back at the Wizard's Tower. I only came across mention of it once, but apparently it was a powerful artifact made by Saradomin himself. Sorry, made by Saradomin, you say? That's what the book said. Why? Oh, just checking. I get all caught up in the moment, mishear things sometimes. This Eye, did the book say what it looked like? It didn't. It didn't actually have any other information on it. Tried to learn more from other books, but found nothing. Anything else was probably lost when the first Wizard Tower burned down. Of course, I've worked out what the energy from that hole is. It's abyssal energy. Yes, brilliant. Preston? Ah, sorry, lost in thought again. It was for a good reason, though. I think I've just worked it all out. Amazing as always, Preston. We're so lucky to be able to work with you. Thank you. So I reckon my theory is that this is an old teleportation matrix was spot on. The wizards here must have used power from the abyss to create portals to the runic altars. Then with the power from this Eye and support from their rune guardians, they'd have been able to create runes at lightning speed. The Eye must have had a huge impact on their work. They named the temple after it and fashioned a symbol based on it. And we're still using that symbol today, we just never knew why until now. Should we report back to Cedrador? In a moment, I'm just going to cast a simple revealing spell first, in case there's anything hidden here. What's happening? Don't worry, I'm sure everything's fine. Let me handle this. Why are you being so fucking sussy? Huh, now that is a problem. Preston!
Oh no, creatures!
What the fuck are these? You don't belong in this temple, accursed filth! Oh, you beansed him.
Arr!
And so the rift to the scar is open once more. Humans, fight with us. Let us hold back the abyss. What do we do now? What if more of those creatures come through that rift? Well, don't think I'll be stopping them all again. I may be powerful, but that spell still took a lot out of me. Humans, use the cells. Protect me while I close the rift. Cells? Tamara, vomit. I think I found something over here. On my way. Hello? What have you found? Well, I can't say for sure, but I think the containers on this table contain a small amount of runic energy. Right, I'll take one to Tamara. Just make sure you don't take more than one. I tried to do that already and the energy within them exploded. Alright, thanks for the warning. What the fuck? Cells. This is what Felix found. That must be one of the cells we need. Try placing it in the tile next to me. Alright. Bwah! It worked! This barrier should protect us against those creatures. And just in time too, here come more of them. What do we do now? I'm not sure, the barrier won't hold out for long. Humans, we need more support. Restore my brethren. Place cells within imbued rocks and they will do the rest. Imbued rocks? What does that mean? See if Felix can help. Be careful! Use your whacking stick of bonking. I think I have to activate the guys. Felix, we need to place cells in imbued rocks. Any idea what that means? I think the essence piles here are actually remains of old guardians. They seem to contain elemental and catalytic energies. Perhaps you could try infusing each one with a cell. Good idea! You'll probably need a chisel to shape the essence first. Looks like there's one on the floor. Okay, I already got one. Take a cell and assemble elemental. Yay! It worked! Looks like it's following the elemental symbols on the ground. Try creating another one using the essence pile. Amazing! Looks like this one's following the catalytic symbols. These guardians should be strong enough to fend off those creatures. Head back to Tamara and see what we should do next. Yeah, I think this is the minigame that gets you runecrafting XP. So I can do this now instead of fucking boring runecrafting. You made some rune guardians! And they seem to be holding back those creatures. Humans, I lack the power needed to close the rift. I require runic energy. Runic energy? Do we need more cells? I don't think they'll work for this. We need something else. Of course, we can use the rune guardians. See all the fallen guardians around here? They'd have once been powered using runic energy. If you were to obtain some fragments from them, you might be able to make something to capture the runic energy needed. So mine the fallen guardians? Exactly. Hopefully you can find a pickaxe somewhere. Once you have a few fragments, go and speak to Felix. I'm sure he'll be able to help you use them. What, this? This quest is a lot longer than I was expecting. And why does it only give one quest point? I guess because it gives you a bunch of other shit. We need to power up this big guardian somehow, but I need a way to capture runic energy. Tamara said she might be able to help. I reckon this old workbench here might have been used for just that. There's plenty of pure essence on it for you to use, but that might not be enough. I have some fragments from the fallen guardians. What if I combine the pure essence with them? Yeah, that would be perfect. I'll give it a go. Bonky bonk. Tamara. Ta-da! Do you think this will work? Perfect, now we just need to capture some runic energy with it. How? I shall now use power from the abyss to open a portal to the runic altar of mind. Well, I guess that's your answer. Head to the mind altar and craft some runes. That essence you have should be able to capture some of the runic energy released. Take an uncharged cell with you as well. Why? I have a theory to test. Fair enough, I'll be back soon. Right, so I need to go get a cell. Don't think I need any more of these? What? There we go. Right, and now we go into the mind zone. Boop. I'm now runecraft level 30, let's fucking go. Here you go, stones. This is what happened when I took that essence to the mind altar. Ah! was another psycho piano situation. If you say so. It's exactly what I was hoping for. What about the cell? Seemed to capture energy from the altar as well. I had a feeling it would. It's all coming together. What do we do now? First, you should use that new cell to replace the one powering the barrier here. I don't think the current one will last much longer. And then? Then just use some of those stones to power up this big guardian. I'll get right on it. Okay. Wah. And then power up the guy. Wah. Human, the stones have fueled me, but more are needed. The guardian still needs more energy. Guess we need to repeat the process again. I shall now use power from the abyss to open a portal to the runic altar of water. Looks like the portal to the mind altar is closed. Guess the guardian only keeps them open for so long. You'll need to use the new portal instead. Make sure you take another uncharged cell with you. Fucking hell. Okay. How long is this gonna last? Oops. Whee! What's that? Portal talisman. Okay. Power up. Bonk. More I needed. Oh, my runecraft is going up so fast. Oh, and I should put a thing in. Huh? Oh. Here's the cell and talisman. Something odd happened at the water altar. The energy in this cell seems different to before. The essence also formed this strange talisman. Oh, fascinating. I guess it makes sense that the stronger the runic energy, the more powerful the cell will be. After all, water is more powerful than air or mind. Try making another rune guardian using that cell. In the meantime, I'll see if I can work out what this talisman does. Okay. Make a bigger, better guardian. Look at that! I don't know what you did, but that guardian is much stronger than the one you made before. Okay. Gonna go bake some muffins? Oh my god, that sounds great. Cell made more powerful rune guardian! Great, we're almost there. I think we just need to power up this guardian one more time for it to be able to close the rift. I must conserve my power. The portal to the runic altar of water has closed. We need that portal. Don't worry, I think there's another way. I reckon that talisman you gave me can be used to return to the water altar without a portal being open. Okay. Just present that water talisman to the statue where the portal of the water altar was. Make sure you take more essence and another cell with you. Bonk. I have another cell. Do you want me to power up the barrier again? That's right. If my theory's correct, it should produce an even stronger barrier. Bonk. Look, the barrier changed. Just as I thought, we can create better barriers by using stronger cells. Now let's charge the guardian with those stones you created and close this rift. Bonk. Make him a bigger cock. Humans, I now have the power to close the rift. Brace yourselves. Blam. He fucking pissed right in that hole. We are safe for now. What was all that? What happened? That rift was into an area of the abyss known as the Scar. The Scar? I thought this was meant to be a teleportation matrix. You are mistaken. While it's true the teleportation magic is strong here, that is only a side effect of this temple's history. What history? This temple was built to house a powerful artifact, Many sought to claim this artifact for themselves, including the servants of the fallen empire. In their attempt to claim the artifact, they used magic they did not understand. The rift to the scar was created as a result. The artifact, you mean the eye? You are correct. The eye was removed. Oops, shit, fuck. Then she then created us, the guardians of the rift, to protect this place in the event the rift was ever reopened. And we reopened it. But it's been sealed again now. The danger is gone. Incorrect. Without the power of the eye, we have no way to seal the rift permanently. It will soon reopen once more. You should leave before this happens. No, this was our mistake. I'm staying to help fix it. Me too. Well, if you two are staying, I guess I will as well. Your support will be invaluable. Vomit, you go back to the Wizard's Tower and let Cedrador know what happened here? Alright, if you're absolutely sure about this. What about Purston? We have to help her. No part of the Abyss is more dangerous than the Scar. Your friend will have already been consumed. Now the power of the Abyss grows. The rift will soon reopen once more. Those of you staying should prepare yourselves. Then I guess I'd better go and see Cedrador. Good luck. Cedrador, it all went wrong. What do you mean? Was there no teleportation matrix? Kind of, but not really. The portal took us to the Temple of the Eye, an ancient Saradomus temple built to house a powerful artifact. Long ago, a rift to the Abyss was created in this temple, but it was sealed. At least it was, until Purston accidentally opened it again. She was sucked into the Abyss, and all these abyssal creatures came out. Abyssal creatures? We have to get in there and stop this. It's okay again for now. Some rune guardians called the Guardians of the Rift were built to protect the temple from the Abyss. They helped us close the rift again, but they say it will soon reopen. This is a disaster. I knew the teleportation matrix was too good to be true. I should have stopped this, but I was blinded by my own desires for that matrix. What of Trailborn's apprentices? They're safe. They chose to stay and help the Guardians of the Rift keep the rift closed. Then I will ensure they have all the help they need. I'll also begin researching this rift at once. Maybe we can still find a way to close it permanently. In the meantime, I suggest you do what you can to help them as well. After all, this is partially your doing. I know, I'll help wherever I'm needed. Thank you, Vomit. I appreciate that you did not mean for things to go this way. You should have this. It belonged to Purston. I don't want to think about where she got it. Pouch! Do you think she's still alive? Sadly, it seems unlikely. Still, if anyone can survive the Abyss, it's her. Now we better get to work.
Yay!
Runecraft 34. I'm nearly able to do that one quest. Oh, I can do the Slug Menace now. But not now, because I need to end stream, because that took fucking forever. But like, you know, I have the requirements to do that. Wait, why did I need a TP to Varrock? Oh no, I already did that. Fuck it. Slug! Right, let me put my shit away. Fucking hell, me! Long stream? Yeah. I didn't mean for it to go on quite this long, but never mind. Okay. Oh, my bones.
Bye-bye then, sailor boy.
Bye-bye, sailor boy!
Alabama.
Okay, who are we gonna go say hi to?
Hello? I say hello.
No hellos! Thank you for stream, thank you for coming!
Grimbus.
Bye-bye then, sailor boy.
I got Alabama. Wait, what did we get?
Then,
Blue
sailor
discus.
boy.
Bye-bye, sailor boy!
Bye-bye then, sailor boy.
Bye-bye, sailor boy!
Grimbus.
Salmon. Right, let's go see Kai? Yeah, why not? Bim, bim, bedim, bedim. Zoop. Zoop. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to mention that tomorrow's stream will start maybe about like an hour late, because I have an appointment to go to, but I will also try to put a reminder in Discord tomorrow morning. Yeah, hopefully it'll be no more than an hour late. Sorry. But we will be doing the other DLC for Witcher tomorrow. So I will hopefully see you then. I will miss you in the meantime. I need to go get food. I need to go get my groceries. Cringe. But yeah, thank you so much for coming. I hope you had a good time. How dare you? I'm so sorry. But I need to go now. Bye. Mwah.